Good morning and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner. 7 o'clock on the East Coast, 4 o'clock in the morning over on the West Coast. We do appreciate all of you joining us here on this Monday morning. Hopefully you're having a great start to your day as we get you caught up on all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. As we take a live look outside there at the White House in the U.S. Capitol, those debt ceiling discussions will continue today as there still is no deal on the debt limit. That debt ceiling issue that's been ongoing for quite some time as we approach that June 1st deadline. We'll see where it all goes. Will the United States default on its debt? That's the big question of the day. Also, the NAACP has issued a travel advisory for Florida, something we are tracking currently. We'll have a live report on that later, and also got a story from our friends over at Fox News Channel on that as well. And also the Idaho student murder suspect is due in court today, so that's something we're keeping an eye on as well. So a lot of big news to track here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to get to this event that happened earlier this morning. This is the general briefing from the European Commission talking about a variety of issues at the international level. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Any other questions on this matter? I see a few hands up in the system. I wonder if they are about this. So please, at this stage, only keep your hands up. It's if you want to ask questions about this. Yes, Monica, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Monica Varbanova from Capital Weekly, Bulgaria. My question is not for migration, but it's for Anita. So it's on the Schengen report from last week. So after this report, will the Commission suggest this year again the enlargement with Bulgaria and Romania to be voted in the Council? And if yes, will the countries will be in package as it was the last time, or the Commission would eventually agree to do it separately? And if she can also respond, what are the signals from the opposing member states so far on the enlargement with Bulgaria and Romania? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. Many questions, but I'll try to group them with a clear message from the Commission side, which says that Romania and Bulgaria, they're both ready to fully join the Schengen area, and they have been fulfilling this criteria since 2011. Even more, Bulgaria and Romania have constantly acted as key essential actors for a continuous development of the Schengen rule. Now, when it comes to the second part of the question, the position of the Commission is also clear when it comes to both Romania and Bulgaria joining together. They are fully ready to do so. And according to the treaties, also member states of the EU need to become, when ready, full members of the Schengen area.
Thank you. Any other questions about Schengen? Yes, Momchil, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I made the mistake. I'm sorry.
No problem. I think that we exhausted the questions for Anita today. Yes, I see that Angela has her hand up. I wonder if it's about the same issue. Angela, if that's the case, go ahead.
No, sorry, it's about another issue. I was just trying to book my question for another topic.
All right. So then I will invite you to wait a little bit to check if there is any other question for Anita. Yes, this is Slava. Go ahead.
C'est que c'était ouvert pour d'autres sujets. Désolée, Elana.
I thought it was open for other topics. I'll wait my turn, no problem.
So I am going to free Anita because I think this concludes the list of questions for her. And I am going to give the floor to Angela because she was first in line with non-Anita questions.
Okay, thank you. My question is about the Italian Recovery and Resilience Plan. Today there was a very long interview by our Minister Raffaele Fitto, which is the responsible minister for our plan, and he's saying that the plan has to be dismantled, that it has to be recreated basically because it's not updated. I was wondering if you can give us an update on two things: on the request by Italy to basically change the plan, And also on the third rate, as it is the 22nd of May, and we have no news about the 19 billion of euros which are there, and we have no news about the third rate. Thanks.
Thank you. So thank you very much for your questions. So first of all, in terms of your questions on the revision of the Italian plan, so we are aware that Italy's government is wishing to revise the country's recovery and resilience plan. We have not, though, yet received a formal request for such a revision. But maybe I can also recap a little bit on the situation as regards revisions to the plan. So there will be a technical change to the plan, which will need to occur to reflect the updated amount of the Italian plan in terms of RF grants, which for Italy consists of a small increase of 140 million. Italy has also notified its intention to take up additional loans beyond the maximum allocation it has already taken up. And as you may remember, so the regulation allows for the amount of loans to exceed the 6.8% of the 2019 GNI, which is the maximum allocation, if a member state can demonstrate exceptional circumstances. On top of that, member states may also wish to revise their plans if in an exceptional case where the member state can demonstrate that it can no longer implement very specific milestones or targets due to objective circumstances. And obviously we are willing to discuss the implementation of these individual milestones or targets which are no longer achievable due to objective circumstances and would need to be revised. Obviously this requires a very rigorous case-by-case assessment together with the relevant member states, and any revision should obviously also not lower the overall ambition of the plan. And finally, a revised plan should also include a Repower EU chapter with measures, so additional measures, additional reforms, additional investments seeking to reduce the dependency on Russian energy sources and to accelerate the energy transition. And then in terms of your second question, where are we on our assessment of the third payment request? Well, I can't give you much of an update. Can only repeat that work is still ongoing on our assessment of Italy's third payment request. Constructive exchanges are being pursued with the Italian authorities, and further information is being provided where needed. And as we always do, we will communicate on the conclusion of our assessment as soon as we reach that stage. Taking some further time beyond the additional indicative deadline is also not unusual. So
Thank you, Val. Any additional questions on this? I think that we first have a follow-up from Angela, so go ahead. Angela, you need to press speak. We cannot hear you.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Now it works.
Okay. About the third tranche, this looks like a non-declared prorogation. Can we call it a prorogation as we are at the end of the month of May, and we should have had an answer by the end of April? And the other thing is, do you have any comment on, I know that you generally not comment the statements of ministers and leaders, etc. But here we have a minister who speaks about dismantling the recovery plan, which is a bit heavy as a statement. I was wondering if you have anything to add on this. Thanks.
No, you rightly said yourself that we do not comment. So we do not have anything to add. I think Vale explained extensively the process and where we are in it, and this is what we have to share today. Lorenzo was first. Go ahead, Lorenzo.
Yes, thank you. I have two questions on this. One is, can you clarify the status of the situation about this third tranche, because it looks like actually there's no fixed deadline until the end of the year. The negotiation can go on, and then there's a deadline at the end of the year. This is what I understood. Is it correct that the real deadline is actually at the end of the year to have all the objectives and the reforms and investments foreseen for this period assessed? And the second question is concerning what you said about the things that can be done. I mean, I understand that there's a possibility to present a Repower EU new chapter. There's the possibility to present new assessments based on what has changed, objective conditions that have changed, for instance, concerning the inflation, the price of energy, etc. But is there something that is not possible to do? I mean, like changing everything just for the sake of changing things, not because there are objective conditions, not because there are these very strict conditions on a case-by-case basis. Thank you.
Maybe on your first question in terms of the deadline, so it is important to remember indeed that, as you may remember, so 70% of a member state's part of the overall RF grants have already been committed. So there the deadline was December of last year. And so member states, the allocation of the remaining 30% of the overall RF grants must be committed at the latest by the end of this year. So this means that every member state that wishes to benefit from an increased allocation of the RF grants, following, for example, the update in June 2022, but also if they want to request additional loans, we have this deadline indeed of the 31st of December 2023. And as you may know, also for loans...
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in live raw. Well, this is from earlier, so we're almost live, but raw and unfiltered. The European Commission general briefing from earlier this morning, talking about a number of different topics from all around the world, in fact, but talked on Ukraine there for at least a little bit. But this is kind of one of those briefings where they jump a little bit all over the place, kind of depending on what's going on in international affairs. I do want to switch gears, though, and go ahead and take our first commercial break of this hour. Go ahead and get that out of the way. Then we'll turn to New York. Should have a report there from our Fox 5 friends in New York City, talking about the migrant issue there and trying to find housing for those migrants. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take a live look outside there at the Statue of Liberty in the New York City area. A beautiful day there on the East Coast. We'll stick in this neck of the woods for our next story here. Thousands of asylum seekers have arrived in the city the past few weeks, and as the city continues to struggle with shelters, officials are also facing pushback from other counties that don't want to help housing some of these migrants. We do have Fox 5's Briella Tomasetti. She is live from the Roosevelt Hotel with more details. Briella, good morning to you. What's the situation like that, or like on the ground there, trying to house some of these migrants?
Yeah, Zach, good morning to you. You know, Mayor Adams has been pleading for federal help in managing this migrant crisis for so long. It seems that help has yet to arrive. The city applied for $300 million in aid. So far, FEMA has only agreed to give the city $30 million. So the city is pretty much resorting to just about anything at this point, including using the Roosevelt Hotel behind me. It was shuttered during the COVID-19 pandemic. They'll be using it to temporarily house asylum seekers during the intake process. And here's how it works. Those migrants get off buses. They arrive at the Port Authority bus terminal. They are shuttled here to the Roosevelt Hotel to be processed. And we are waiting on a few more buses that are scheduled to arrive at any given point this morning. Buses carrying dozens of migrant families from Texas pulled into Port Authority over the weekend. This coming as the city continues to run out of space to house them.
Unfortunately, we're going to see a lot of families stranded and abandoned.
For many asylum seekers, the journey here has been long and arduous. After arriving in New York, some feel they're now being shuffled from one place to another.
In the shelter where I was over on 21st Street, they told me to come here because there was no more room there.
Last night, 300 new arrivals were bussed over to the Roosevelt Hotel, the city's latest intake center for those in need. 175 rooms have initially been reserved for families with children.
We received in several days last week alone over 900 migrants on days. Over 2 weeks ago, approximately 4,200 in 1 week.
According to Mayor Adams, more than 70,000 migrants have arrived in the Big Apple over recent months, and 42,000 are still under city care. The city has tried to transfer asylum seekers to neighboring counties to help cope with the influx, but the move was met with intense pushback.
No illegal immigrants, because you know what? My taxes got to pay for these people to go to school here.
The latest place to sound the alarm is Suffolk County out on Long Island, where local officials are pursuing legal action to halt a so-called plan to house asylum seekers in hotels there. The mayor's office has not confirmed those plans.
The residents of Suffolk County should not have to shoulder the burden of the failed policies of the Biden and Hochul administrations.
Mayor Adams and Governor Hochul are holding a joint press conference in Brooklyn later this morning to once again address the migrant crisis. They are calling on the feds for expedited work authorization for these migrants. Adams has said it in the past, and he's saying it again now. If these migrants cannot legally work here in the United States, they will be set up for failure. Again, no sign of that bus just yet, but we will be sure to keep you updated on when it gets here and who exactly is getting off that bus. Zach, we'll send it back to you.
Well, Briella, I wanted to ask you this. Is there any debate or any discussion about putting any of these migrants in Central Park? I know that there was some discussion around that at some point, but any update on that so far?
You cut out for a second. Just ask that question one more time.
Yeah, there's been some debate about putting some of these migrants in Central Park. Have you heard any updates on that, whether they still plan to do that or if that's just kind of a general idea, it's like a backup, a place to put some of these migrants?
Well, they've been putting them everywhere. I have not heard of Central Park yet, but I can tell you there's been intense pushback putting the migrants in schools because kids have had to basically take their PE classes outside. The migrants were temporarily staying in gymnasiums, these big gymnasiums, and we don't even know essentially if there's anywhere for them to shower. And right now, 50% of hotels in the city are housing asylum seekers. There's just pretty much running out. There's no room for them to stay here. So I'll be sure to look into the Central Park update and get back to you on that.
All right, Briella Tomasetti with Fox 5 New York with all the details for us this morning there in New York City. Briella, thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right, it's 7:20 on the East Coast, 4:20 in the morning over on the West Coast. Let's go ahead and take our second commercial break of the hour. Go ahead and get that out of the way. But I'll leave you with this. We'll take a live look outside there at Washington, D.C., there in the nation's capital. As I said before, that debt ceiling debate, still no deal on that debt ceiling and that debt limit issue. Hopefully they will come to an agreement at some point this week, but that's one of the big stories we're tracking here on Live Now from Fox. Like I said, we're going to take that second commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Zach Horner. Hopefully you're having a great start to your Monday as we take you through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world, as well as we take a live look outside at the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. There will be a lot of discussion in that neck of the woods today as they continue those debt ceiling debates, trying to come to a deal on both sides of the political aisle there in Washington, D.C. We're keeping an eye on that. We'll bring any details that, of course, we do find out. Earlier today, the European Commission gave their general briefing talking about a number of different topics at the international level, a whole bunch of different world affairs. So we recorded that. I want to play at least some of that for you here in just a moment. Let's go ahead and play that. There you go. Let's bring up the audio.
And obviously we are willing to discuss the implementation of these individual milestones or targets, which are no longer achievable due to objective circumstances and would need to be revised. Obviously, this requires a very rigorous case-by-case assessment together with the relevant member states. And any revision should obviously also not lower the overall ambition of the plan. And finally, a revised plan should also include a Repower EU chapter with measures, so additional measures, additional reforms, additional investments seeking to reduce the dependency on Russian energy sources and to accelerate the energy transition. And then in terms of your second question, where are we on our assessment of the third payment request? Well, I can't give you much of an update. Can only repeat that work is still ongoing. On our assessment of Italy's third payment request, constructive exchanges are being pursued with the Italian authorities and further information is being provided where needed. And as we always do, we will communicate on the conclusion of our assessment as soon as we reach that stage. Taking some further time beyond the additional indicative deadline is also not unusual.
Thank you, Val. Any additional questions on this? I think that we first have a follow-up from Angela, so go ahead. Angela, you need to press speak. We cannot hear you.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Now it works.
Okay. About the third tranche, this looks like a non-declared prorogation. Can we call it a prorogation as we are at the end of the month of May, and we should have had an answer by the end of April? And the other thing is, do you have any comment on, I know that you generally not comment the statements of ministers and leaders, etc. But here we have a minister who speaks about dismantling the recovery plan, which is a bit heavy as a statement. I was wondering if you have anything to add on this. Thanks.
No, you rightly said yourself that we do not comment. So we do not have anything to add. I think Vele explained extensively the process and where we are in it. And this is what we have to share today. Lorenzo was first. Go ahead, Lorenzo.
Yes, thank you. I have two questions on this. Two questions. One is, can you clarify the status of the situation about this third tranche? Because it looks like actually there's no fixed deadline until the end of the year. The negotiation can go on, and then there's a deadline at the end of the year. This is what I understood. Is it correct that the real deadline is actually at the end of the year to have all the objectives and the reforms and investments foreseen for this period assessed? And the second question is concerning what you said about the things that can be done. I mean, I understand that there's a possibility to present a Repower EU new chapter. There's the possibility to present new assessments based on what has changed, objective conditions that have changed, for instance, concerning the inflation, the price of energy, etc. But is there something that is not possible to do? I mean, like changing everything just for the sake of changing things, not because there are objective conditions, not because there are these very strict conditions on a case-by-case basis. Thank you.
Maybe on your first question in terms of the deadline, so it is important to remember indeed that, as you may remember, so 70% of the member states' part of the overall RF grants have already been committed. So there the deadline was December of last year. And so member states, the allocation of the remaining 30% of the overall RF grants must be committed at the latest by the end of this year. So this means that every member state that wishes to benefit from an increased allocation of the RF grants, following, for example, the update in June 2022, but also if they want to request additional loans, we have this deadline indeed of the 31st of December 2023. And as you may know, also for loans, there was this. There's also a legal obligation for member states to request their loans before the end of August. So that's also an important deadline to remember. And maybe to conclude, the RRF is a time-limited instrument. This has been clear from the start. So payments under the facility cannot be made beyond 2026. So that is the answer to your first question. Your second question, in terms of measures which are not eligible, I think what is important is that we always underline that we obviously wish that the reform ambition and the overall ambition of the plan should remain as intact as possible. But of course, there are measures, there can be measures which are no longer implementable due to, for example, high inflation, supply constraints. And if a member state can demonstrate and can come with the evidence underlying those exceptional circumstances, then a revision is possible. And then, of course, under the Repower EU chapter,
And if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in to the European Commission, their general briefing from earlier this morning. Again, as I mentioned earlier, talking about a number of topics on international affairs. We do have a live event happening right now, though, that let's go ahead and actually bring that up. We'll take a look at it. NASA has a little bit of programming here on a special event happening today that we'll talk more about after we do this 2-minute commercial break. We'll come right back to this, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As I said before the break, we've got this live event happening right now. This is a kind of a combination of folks involved in this: SpaceX, Axiom Space, and NASA. The AX-2 crew that lifted off yesterday, they're going to be docking on the International Space Station later today. Right now, we do have some coverage from NASA right now, a special event kind of leading up to all that. They'll talk about what's going to be happening today and why it's so significant. So let's go ahead and bring the audio up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Of a good AI or approach initiation burn.
Again, SpaceX on the big loop. We had nominal AI maneuver completion. Reminder, if C2V2 link is lost for 10 minutes without ground action, Dragon will perform a breakout. Timers are available in your event details.
And Dragon copies.
And Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Let's try this again. 144K bidirectional link is established. Change your PTT destination to ISS and then initiate comm check with SpaceX, Houston, and station.
Dragon copies on the big loop. So Dragon SpaceX, how do you read?
And Dragon, I believe you still have ground set elected to your PTT.
And with completion.
Ground, or SpaceX ground, Dragon, how do you read us on the big loop?
And Dragon SpaceX on Dragon and Ground, if you could switch seat to the VP of ISS.
Yes, my bad. SpaceX Dragon on the big loop now for seat 2. How do you read it?
And I have you 5x5 on the big loop.
Excellent. And Station Dragon on the big loop. How do you read?
Dragon Station has you loud and clear.
Looking forward to seeing you guys.
Likewise.
And Houston Station on the big loop. How do you read?
Houston read you 5x5. How me?
We have you loud and clear as well.
And SpaceX Dragons, Dragon to Ground, how do you read?
And John, I have you 5x5. How me?
Sounds good, thanks.
As you can hear, we are up and running this morning. You heard a lot of comm checks when we were discussing the big loop. This is a loop created so that the space station, Dragon, and the teams on the ground in Hawthorne and here in Mission Control Houston can all communicate on the same loop. Our Cronus flight controller set that up this morning.
And Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to Ground for suit leak checks.
Dragon, go.
Hey John, you have a go to perform 4.011 to start your suit leak checks.
Okay, sounds good. We're go for those suit leak checks. Dragon.
The AX2 crew members are already in their suits this morning. And we did, at the start of today's broadcast, just have completion of the approach initiation burn. Dragon is now about 400 meters below the International Space Station. It has also passed into the approach ellipsoid. We call that the AE. That's an imaginary shape measuring a 4 kilometer by 2 by 2 kilometer, essentially a large 3-dimensional oval. This means Dragon is on a 24-hour safe
on Dragon
trajectory.
Ground, low priority.
Dragon ready.
Hey John, I was just wondering, did that echo resolve itself?
Yes, sir. You're crystal clear now. Thank you very much.
That's good to hear. Thanks.
The crew reported hearing an echo just moments ago before we joined the broadcast today when they had multiple loops set up for communication, but now everyone is established and speaking on the big loop, meaning all teams involved can hear the communication. We are tracking docking to the Node 2 Zenith, or the space-facing port, this morning at the International Space Station at about 8:10 a.m. Central Time, 9:10 Eastern Time. So moving right on time. Now 14 hours and 2 minutes since launch yesterday afternoon.
SpaceX Dragon, Dragon to Ground. We're ready to pressurize at 2.2.
And Dragon SpaceX, you are go to initiate suit leak checks.
Dragon copies.
Again, we are here in Mission Control Houston this morning, monitoring Dragon's docking to the International Space Station, scheduled for 8:10 a.m. Central Time. But we have teams in Mission Control Hawthorne monitoring Dragon's flight since launch yesterday as well. So I'm going to send it back to Kate and Duke.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Leah. We did hear the call out that the crew got the okay to begin the suit leak check. As Leah mentioned before, they donned their suits a little bit ago, and that leak check is basically just inflating the suits a little bit and monitoring the pressure for a couple of minutes just to make sure that now that their suits are back on, all those zippers are in the right place and the visor is latched and locked and ready to approach.
It's great. It's great to hear all those healthy comm checks as well. As the Dragon begins its approach to the space station, let's learn a little bit more about the AX-2 crew. The AX-2 mission is commanded by retired NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson. Born and raised in Beaconsfield, Iowa, she was inspired along with the world when she watched the Apollo 11 crew walk on the moon. She has since become the most experienced American astronaut and one of the most decorated. Whitson flew 3 long-duration missions to the ISS and has more cumulative time in space, 665 days, than any U.S. astronaut and more than any woman in the world. She has conducted 10 spacewalks with over 60 hours out in the vacuum of space and has performed hundreds of research experiments on board the ISS. Not only is she the commander for this mission, but Peggy also serves as the director of human spaceflight for Axiom Space.
The pilot for AX-2 is private astronaut John Schaffner. Born in Alaska and raised in Kentucky, Schaffner is a STEAM education advocate, business pioneer, and lifelong space enthusiast. A pilot since the age of 17, John has over 8,500 flight hours holding commercial, instrument, single-engine, and multi-engine ratings in land and sea aircraft, as well as helicopter. He also holds ratings in former military jets and high-performance...
SpaceX Dragon ground. We show 4 good suit leak checks here.
And ground concurs.
All right, good news there. Just letting us know that all the suit leak checks checked out. As an athlete, John has years of competitive experience in water skiing, cycling, whitewater kayaking, hang gliding, skydiving, and base jumping. John trained as the AX-1 backup pilot, and during this mission, plans to invest a lot of his time in STEAM education activities aimed at empowering educators and inspiring teachers.
And representing the Saudi Space Commission and serving as a mission specialist, Ali Al-Karni was born in March 1992 in Sabd al-Alaya, Saudi Arabia. Ali is fluent in English as well as his native Arabic, and as an Air Force captain, Ali has 12 years of experience flying on multiple aircraft, primarily on the F-15SA in service to the Royal Saudi Air Force. Ali graduated with a Bachelor of Aerospace Science degree in 2013 from King Faisal Air Academy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Also representing the Saudi Space Commission and serving as a mission specialist, Rayana Barnawi was born in September 1988 in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Rayana has a master's degree in biomedical sciences from Al Faisal University in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and a bachelor's degree in biomedical sciences from Otago University in Dunedin, New Zealand. She is fluent in English and Turkish as well as native Arabic. She has been a research lab technician since 2013 in the Stem Cell and Tissue Reengineering Program at King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center located in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
And there you have it, the AX-2 crew. This is a fantastic, wonderful group of people who have spent months and thousands of hours preparing for this moment. We are so proud of them, and it's so awesome to finally see them in space.
Yeah, we had an opportunity to actually hear from the crew I was like about 3 hours after they made it to, after they got into space. That on-orbit media event was awesome. We got to see and hear from Peggy, John, Ali, and Rayana, and it was just so cool to see them floating around and spinning their water bottles and playing with the zero-G indicator. And yeah, it was just a lot of fun to see them play.
It really was great.
Now, today's crew, as we said, Peggy Whitson, John Schaffner, Ali Al-Karni, and Rayana Barnawi have gone through extensive training around the globe to be ready for their 10 days in space. Each crew member has between 700 and 1,000 logged hours of time since mid-2021 dedicated to learning these SpaceX protocols, ISS systems, and to prepare for the science and outreach activities that they'll be conducting while in space. Private astronaut training is rigorous. To prepare the AX-2 crew for their mission, our teams here at SpaceX have spent the last several months teaching the crew about orbital mechanics, how to live in microgravity, and running simulations full of missions from inside our Dragon training capsules. The training program includes nearly 100 different lessons covering all aspects of the flight.
And the list of training goes on. There's a lot more that they did, and we'll try to recap some of it. The AX-2 crew spent time in simulators to orient their bodies to the conditions that may be experienced during the course of the mission, including into a centrifuge right here, simulating higher G-forces. Alternatively, the crew also participated in a zero-G parabola flight that simulated the lack of G-forces to experience weightlessness. Seems awesome. But aside from the simulating gravitational forces they will experience over the course of their journey, they also underwent altitude training in a hyperbaric chamber. This training simulates high altitudes where oxygen levels are low, and the crew uses this to identify how their bodies respond to hypoxic situations, as well as recognizing those effects in their crewmates. To be ready to spend 8 days on board and working on the International Space Station, they've spent time learning from mission controllers, experts in safety and emergency ISS procedures, as well as the essentials to living on board the orbiting laboratory. Things like how to heat up your food, where to find all the equipment you need, etc. The goal is to be able to confidently complete every task on their timeline, but to also be contributing members of the space station as a whole as other astronauts carry out their duties. And to that end, this crew will be working in areas on the ISS that are owned and operated by other countries. So the crew traveled to Germany and Japan to be qualified on those systems. The European Space Agency's Columbus module was in Cologne, Germany, where they trained on systems and operations for daily tasks, as well as responding to contingencies. Separately, to qualify for the Japanese Exploration Module, or GEM, the crew traveled to Tsukuba, Japan, to learn from the instructors from the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. As you can imagine, international collaboration is a constant throughout this mission. So it's one thing to learn the systems of ISS, but it's just as important to understand how to live and work as a team in a shared space. And so the team spent 5 days training in the Human Exploration Research Analog, or HERA, at the Johnson Space Center. This is a confined experience that is designed to isolate the crew to build cohesiveness and teamwork. This experience included a chance to simulate work and research procedures, rehearse outreach efforts, and even respond to mock emergencies, all while living in close quarters, unable to leave.
The team also spent time at the launch pad, in the suit-up room, and working through emergency procedures that might be necessary in the unlikely event of a pad abort scenario.
That's right. That's right.
Pretty cool to see.
Absolutely. And you know, all of this training culminated in a final patch hanging ceremony at Johnson Space Center to mark the end of this crew's training. This is a tradition of NASA's that dates back to the beginning of the ISS 20+ years ago. All that is to say this team is ready to go. And the last few months have all led to the here and now. What they accomplish on station is going to help write the guidebook for our next missions and how we coordinate efforts on our future Axiom station. Needless to say, this is also an important moment for those training crews as really they become a family and feel so connected after all of that time together.
Now on your screen, we have our first view of Dragon. This view comes to us from the International Space Station. We can see the lights blinking, indicating its location, and this is the furthest away it will be on camera. So it is approaching the International Space Station. For those of you that have just recently joined us, we had confirmation that the crew completed their suit leak checks, and those leak checks looked good. So they are in their seats, they're strapped in, and they are monitoring the progress of their approach to the International Space Station.
This is what traffic looks like at the ISS.
Very true.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to some coverage from NASA. This also includes Axiom as well as SpaceX. The AX-2 Dragon is docking with the International Space Station. That's actually the shot you're looking at right now. We might get a better look as that thing creeps a little closer here, but as you can tell, that's pretty far away, as it is, you know, in space, as it tends to be pretty far away. We'll keep an eye on this and dip back into this coverage as the morning goes on, but we'll keep an eye out for other live events as we do see those happening. Let's go ahead and bring up a live shot, though, here of the White House. Love putting this shot up here. It's a beautiful look there in Washington, D.C. And as I mentioned before earlier, the debt ceiling debate continues in Washington, D.C. Still no deal. I would imagine President Biden and Speaker of the House McCarthy will be talking today, both sides of the aisle trying to come to an agreement on that debt ceiling issue. We'll get into that here after this break. But stay with us. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host this morning, Zach Horner. It's 7:54 on the East Coast, 4:54 in the morning over on the West Coast. Hopefully you're all having a great start to your Monday as we get you caught up on all the big news of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. Taking a live look outside here at the U.S. Capitol. That's where we'll go for this next story as we talk about that debt ceiling debate. President Biden is meeting once again with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy today at the White House, hoping to defuse the approaching debt crisis. The Treasury Department warns that a first ever default could be just 10 days away. As Doug Luzada reports from Washington this morning, that isn't much time for Congress to act.
Not much time left, and this is going to be a quick turnaround for the president, who just returned from Japan late last night. President Biden looked tired as he came home to the White House last night, well after 10 o'clock. It went well, we'll talk tomorrow, he said, referring to talks he had with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy while he was flying home from Japan on board Air Force One. According to McCarthy, the conversation went well, but it sounds like they still have a long way to go.
I've been very clear to him from the very beginning. We have to spend less money than we spent last year.
The president is resisting spending cuts, and the Treasury Secretary repeated her warnings that a default, leaving the government unable to borrow more money to pay the bills, could be just days away.
I certainly haven't changed my assessment, so I think that that's a hard deadline.
A hard deadline, and if the president gives in to spending cuts or even some limited work requirements for welfare programs that Republicans are pushing for, far-left lawmakers will be furious.
You don't hold the world's economy hostage in order to impose vicious cuts
on some of the most vulnerable people in this country.
And some are pushing for Biden to invoke the 14th Amendment and bypass Congress, a legally uncertain path. The president says if there's no deal, he shouldn't be blamed.
On the merits, based on what I've offered, I would be blameless. On the politics of it, no one will be blameless.
And at this point, even if there is a deal, there's going to be a real crunch here on Capitol Hill to get it to the president's desk in time to avoid a possible default. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And thanks to Doug Luzader for that report. Let's talk about the U.S.-Mexico border now. The situation at the southern border is becoming more manageable, with Mexico lending a helping hand in getting migrants away from the border area, freeing up much-needed resources there. Fox News correspondent Dan Springer is in El Paso, Texas, with the latest details.
9 days after the end of Title 42 and the southern border remains relatively calm, certainly good news for the people here in El Paso, Texas and elsewhere. Migrants are still trying to get into the U.S. illegally, but the groups appear to be getting smaller. Last night we saw 3 getting caught near the border in New Mexico. In previous nights the totals were 5 and 6, not the dozens or even hundreds like before May 11th. At the moment, cities in Mexico along the border are no longer being overrun by migrants. This is Matamoros, right next to Brownsville, Texas. The tents and tarps remain, but most of the migrants are gone. Mexico is helping. The government is flying migrants to the interior of the country and also busing migrants across its southern border with Guatemala. Shelters in Mexico are now below capacity. Many of the migrants who made it into the U.S. have been processed and released with a date well into the future to report for an asylum hearing. But many others are being sent back to their home countries. DHS says more than 11,000 migrants have been repatriated under the Title VIII since May 12th. The Border Patrol released its report on the first 6 months of this fiscal year, and the numbers are very high as expected. 1.2 million apprehensions, nearly 6,000 were criminals, 377 gang members, more than 1,500 pounds of fentanyl, and almost 18,000 rescues. And that chaos that happened before Title 42 expired led the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, to put the call out to other Republican governors across the country for help, and 2 answered the call. We will expect to have National Guard troops from Florida and also state troopers from Idaho in Texas to help out with the border situation in the coming days. In El Paso, Texas, Dan Springer, Fox News.
And switching gears and talking about the Sunshine State, that's the state of Florida. Pretty interesting story here. We'll actually have a live report on the ground in Orlando, Florida from our Fox 35 team in about 15 minutes. But if you're looking to take a trip to Florida, well, a growing number of civil rights organizations are urging caution, citing how a string of recent bills from Florida lawmakers and Republican Governor Ron DeSantis are, quote, hostile towards certain groups of people. Fox News' Tim Linder takes a look.
While the sun and surf of Florida's beaches may be inviting, recent waves of legislation from Republican Governor Ron DeSantis are prompting civil rights groups to issue travel warnings for those eyeing a trip to the Sunshine State. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People issued the latest travel advisory over the weekend, saying, quote, Florida is openly hostile toward African Americans, people of color, and LGBTQ plus individuals. Before traveling to Florida, please understand that the state of Florida devalues and marginalizes the contributions of and the challenges faced by African Americans and other communities of color. The NAACP cites Governor DeSantis' decision to ban an advanced placement African American studies course, along with other, quote, aggressive attempts to erase black history and to restrict diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in Florida schools as reasons behind its travel advisory. Other civil rights groups like the League of United Latin American Citizens and Equality Florida have previously issued Florida travel advisories over new DeSantis laws addressing immigration, bans on gender-affirming care for trans youth, and more.
It is wrong to teach students that gender is a choice, and we don't allow that in Florida.
Stress that this is put on the community is unbelievable.
Florida remains one of the most popular states for tourism, bringing in more than 137 million visitors last year, according to the state's tourism agency. Ted Lindner, Fox News.
And let's go ahead and dip back into some of this coverage here from NASA, SpaceX, and Axiom Space. The AX-2 crew is now docking with the International Space Station. This is actually the shot you're looking at on your screen there. Looks like it is inching a little bit closer. We're getting a better look at that craft there out in space. Let's go ahead and bring the audio up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
And we just heard confirmation of a good mid-course maneuver. That's about halfway through the journey to waypoint 0 to make sure Dragon is positioned right under the station, again about 400 meters below. So confirmation that they did indeed conduct a mid-course maneuver this morning, and everything continues to look good for Dragon. We are in integrated operations. This happens when Dragon gets closer to the space station, specifically when they enter the approach ellipsoid, that 4 by 2 by 2 kilometer invisible boundary around the International Space Station. This helps us govern all arriving and departing visiting vehicles, whether they carry cargo or crew. We're also hearing good words about teams being go to move inside the keep-out sphere. That's another checkpoint that consists of an imaginary sphere around the station with a radius of 200 meters. The keep-out sphere carries a similar requirement on the orbital trajectory that if Dragon were to somehow lose control of its thrusters, the space station would be safe for 4 orbits or about 6 hours. However, everything looking good on Dragon this morning. Again, we're in an orbital nighttime. This view coming from the International Space Station as we are tracking Dragon and its approach to the orbiting laboratory. Once Dragon arrives at the space station today, they will be greeted by 7 crew members currently living on orbit. That includes NASA's Frank Rubio, Steve Bowen, and Woody Hoberg, Sultan Al-Nayati of the United Arab Emirates, and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Prokopyev, Dmitry Petelin, and Andrei Fedyaev. That'll bring our crew up to 11 for the next several days. We are looking at about an 8-day docked mission for the AX-2 crew, about 10 days in orbit in total. The crew on the International Space Station will be monitoring arrival this morning, specifically Woody Hoberg of NASA and Sultan Al-Nayati of the United Arab Emirates will be in the station's cupola using special software to track Dragon's approach and make sure it stays in the expected zones. Once Dragon is docked, Hoberg will be our prime to start those hatch opening operations. He will start by opening the large hatch on the Node 2 forward, or Node 2 zenith that is, giving him access into the pressurized mating adapter. They'll then pressurize the vestibule, and that's the small space between the hatches on the Dragon and space station. Of course, the vestibule is exposed to vacuum prior to docking.
Houston,
so the crew...
on the big loop, Dragon range is approximately 1,000 meters. Monitor long-range approach per steps 1 to 4 in 1.102, Dragon approach and retreat monitoring. ISS crew is now primed for vehicle approach monitoring.
That call up to the International Space Station, just as we were explaining. They are primed to monitor the arrival of the AX-2 crew today. Again, we're heading toward waypoint 0. That's the 400 meters below station mark. We are now 950 meters from station, closing in at about 2.9 miles per hour.
Hello, station copies.
So once we dock at approximately 8:10 a.m. Central Time, it takes about 2 hours to pressurize the vestibule, the space between the hatches. Flight controllers here in Houston will monitor and verify the pressure readings to make sure that everything is leak-free before we get ready.
Big loop for approach setup.
Go ahead on the big loop for approach setup.
Ground has pulled go for approach 0 and will be enabling the maneuver shortly. Expected maneuver start time is per your forward displays. Reminder that Dragon will continue through waypoint 1 to waypoint 2 without stopping at waypoint 1.
We copy. Go expected shortly, passing through 0 to 1.
Good to be back.
Good news from the ground to the crew, that coming from the Corps, the crew operations responsible engineer in Hawthorne, California at SpaceX headquarters, to Commander Peggy Whitson aboard Dragon. The team will not have to pause at waypoint 1. Sometimes there's a pause associated there so they can check out all systems, but things are looking good this morning to continue through. Dragon now 800 meters away from the space station. The International Space Station crew members have been preparing for arrival of Dragon by moving and setting up some laptops as well as crew alternate sleep accommodations. Again, we will have 11 crew members. Feels like a full house aboard the station once the AX-2 crew arrives today. Teams also will do things like feather the solar arrays or maneuver them so that they avoid any plumes from Dragon once it gets closer to the station. It's also been a busy time on the space station with another variety of activities, including a port relocation. Just a couple of weeks ago, the Crew 6 crew boarded their Dragon spacecraft and moved it from Zenith, the space-facing port on Node 2, to the forward-facing port. So that is where the AX-2 crew will dock today, to that Zenith port. However, the maneuver was to prepare for the arrival of CRS-28, the 28th commercial resupply mission from SpaceX to the International Space Station. That will bring with it some new solar arrays. Those are called International Space Station rollout solar arrays, and those are stored in the trunk of Dragon. That Zenith port, it makes it much easier for the Canadarm2 to help retrieve those IROSAs for eventual installation on some spacewalks later this year. We've had a handful of spacewalks happen over just the last few weeks at the space station, including 3 Roscosmos spacewalks to move and connect and deploy a radiator, as well as one NASA spacewalk to...
Just reporting per block 1, vehicle inside. Houston copies.
We have recently had a spacewalk to prepare for those upcoming solar array installations. And hearing confirmation from the crew aboard the International Space Station that they themselves also have their sights set on the approaching Dragon.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to some coverage on the AX-2 crew that took off this weekend. They are docking at the International Space Station. Everybody involved in this, it's SpaceX, Axiom Space, and NASA all together on this trip to space to the International Space Station. So that aircraft is docking right now. We'll keep an eye on this feed. We'll dip back into this here in a bit as we see things progress. I do want to get to some other news of the day here, talk about this story. A Marine veteran speaking out for the first time since he was arrested in the death of a homeless man on the New York City subway. He tells the New York Post the incident was not racially motivated. Fox News correspondent Nate Foy has that story for us.
24-year-old Marine vet Daniel Penny tells the New York Post he would do the same thing again in similar circumstances. And he denies that race played any role in his actions, saying, quote, "I judge a person based on their character. I'm not a white supremacist." Penny's charged with second-degree manslaughter for this altercation on the subway. The Marine vet says he was on his way to the gym when he encountered Jordan Neely on an F train. Penny's lawyers say he was protecting other passengers after Neely shouted threatening remarks. When asked what he would say to Neely's family, Penny told the New York Post, quote, "I'm deeply saddened by the loss of life. It's tragic what happened to him. Hopefully we can change the system that so desperately failed us." Here's New York City Mayor Eric Adams talking about what can be learned from this case.
If we don't get help from the state government to ensure that we can use involuntary removals for those who are in danger to themselves and can't take care of their basic needs, we may be facing a potential problem like this again. And that's what we need to do.
Penny tells the New York Post he's a normal guy who loves people of all different backgrounds. But lawyers for Neely's family think he's trying to escape consequences.
He's going to come up with more and more things to make himself look better, because that's the only way that he can escape the consequences of what he did. But I tell you one thing, he cannot rewrite how the story ends. The story ends with his arms wrapped around Jordan's neck, choking him to death.
Right now, Penny is free on $100,000 bail. His next court date is in July, and he faces up to 15 years in prison. Reporting in New York City, Nate Foy, Fox News.
And thanks to Nate Foy for that report. We'll take a live look outside here at the U.S. Capitol, where the debates will continue on the debt ceiling. Still no deal reached in Washington, D.C. We know Speaker of the House McCarthy and President Biden will be meeting today, actually at the White House. Pull that shot up. Why not? There it is. A beautiful shot there of the White House. So we'll keep an eye on that debt ceiling issue, see if there's any progress made today. And of course, when we do learn that, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and take our first commercial break of the hour. When we come back, we'll switch gears and talk about Orlando, Florida, actually the entire state of Florida. Pretty interesting advisory that's been issued there. We'll get into it on the other side of this break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to switch gears and talk about the state of Florida here. The NAACP adds its name to the list of civil rights organizations urging caution when it comes to visiting Florida. The organization accuses state lawmakers and the governor of being hostile towards certain groups of people. We do have Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie. She's live in Orlando, Florida this morning. And Amanda, this follows recent legislation critics say targets people of color, immigrants, and the LGBTQ community. Is that correct?
That's right. So this warning comes after another organization issued a travel advisory following Governor Ron DeSantis signing a new immigration law that goes into effect in July. All of this happening just days before one of the busiest travel holiday weekends of the year here in the state of Florida. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People issued its own travel advisory saying DeSantis is attempting to erase Black history when he banned the teaching of critical race theory. The NAACP released this statement saying in part, quote, Florida is openly hostile toward African Americans, people of color, and LGBTQ+ individuals. Before traveling to Florida, please understand that the state of Florida devalues and marginalizes the contributions of and the challenges faced by African Americans and other communities of color. Last week, DeSantis was in Tampa, where he denied that his office was marginalizing the experiences of Black people in the state when he demanded changes in the College Board's AP African American Studies course.
Our Department of Education said this is rejected. It clearly goes against our standards about opposing ideological indoctrination.
Now, we have reached out to the governor's office for a response to these travel advisories. So far, we have not yet heard back, but in the past, DeSantis has called these travel advisories a political stunt. Reporting live in Orlando, Amanda McKenzie, back to you.
All right, Amanda McKenzie reporting for us for Fox 35 Orlando. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, it's 8:17 on the East Coast, 5:17 in the morning over on the West Coast. Let's go ahead and get another commercial break out of the way, but don't go anywhere. We have plenty more to get into here on Live Now from Fox as we take this live look outside here. Outside in space, that's from the International Space Station. That AX-2 crew should be docking with the International Space Station here pretty soon. So we got this live feed from NASA right now we're keeping an eye on. We might go back to this here in a bit, but we'll certainly get into some of those other top stories as well from all around the country and around the world. Stay with us. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. This is a pretty interesting shot. Of course, they change it right when I take it, but if you see that little speck right there, well, the big stuff you're seeing on your screen there, that's the International Space Station. But if you look really closely, you can see that little speck kind of out there. That is the AX-2 crew. SpaceX, Axiom Space, and NASA all together kind of working on this. That AX-2 crew, they're actually going to be docking with the International Space Station. That's what we're looking at right now. This is a feed from NASA. They've had some coverage on this morning with some narration, kind of talking about everything that's going on. I think we'll just go ahead and pull up the audio and let's listen in for a bit and see how things progress.
private industry to prepare for the future of low Earth orbit. And our long-term goal is to be not just the provider of a low Earth orbit destination, but to be a customer. We want to be one of many customers purchasing commercially owned and operated services. So we need to work together today to ensure this path of tomorrow. Enabling these private astronaut missions helps us to refine and mature any of the processes we need for that future. So our NASA astronauts are working side by side with private and
SpaceX
national
on the Big Loop.
astronauts.
Approach 0 has started and trajectory has converged on waypoint 1. Expected arrival at waypoint 1 is per your 4 displays.
Dragon copies.
Again, we have reached waypoint 0, that 400 meters directly below the International Space Station. Coming up, we are going to move from waypoint 0 to waypoint 1, pausing at that distance of approximately 220 meters, putting Dragon on the docking axis, meaning it's directly in front of the docking port. As mentioned previously, all of the visiting spacecraft take the phased approach to the International Space Station. They stop at predetermined gates for the teams to run quick checks on the vehicle performance before approaching the orbiting lab. When it comes to bringing two spacecraft together, slow and steady wins the race, as docking operations require a great deal of precision to make sure we're keeping the spacecraft and the crew safe. So when we say slow and steady wins the race, we're now traveling at less than half a mile per hour. Again, we are in integrated operations during this time, meaning teams from both Hawthorne on the left of your screen and Mission Control Houston on the right are monitoring Dragon and the International Space Station. Additionally, the Axiom Mission Control here in Houston, Texas as well is continuing to monitor the flight. They'll remain on console this week.
With you on the Big Loop.
Prior range is 400 and stable attitude as expected.
Houston copies.
The Axiom team will work with the AX-2 crew aboard the space station this week to ensure all of the payload operations that they'll be conducting, as well as any of their downlinks with team members on the ground, as well as media and potentially some STEM outlets will be executed smoothly. Again, we are in a satellite handover of the tracking data and relay satellite system. These are tracked throughout the flight. We see this with the International Space Station as well as on Dragon. Multiple different customers around the world use these satellite systems. All 7 crew members currently aboard the International Space Station, currently moving about their day, some of them exercising, some enjoying their midday meal. Others are working on various payloads and scientific research aboard the International Space Station. There are some constraints as we move into integrated operations, specifically during docking, and once the spacecraft is soft docked, there will be an exercise constraint. We don't want any additional loads imparted on Dragon, so any vibrations that can be caused from using, say, the treadmill or the stationary bicycle, we want to keep that from, again, imparting those additional loads to ensure a safe and smooth docking for Dragon. So the crew will be asked and are not timelined to perform any workout activities during that time. This view from the International Space Station, currently flying 266 statute miles above the South Atlantic Ocean. Dragon is about 400 meters away from the space station. Again, we reached waypoint 0 and have the go to move to waypoint 1, which will put us 220 meters from the space station above the docking on the docking axis above the Node 2 Zenith port. After we reach waypoint 1, we'll move into the keep out sphere. That's the 200-meter sphere with a radius of 200 meters around the International Space Station. Again, this is an invisible boundary but helps us monitor all vehicles that arrive and depart the orbiting laboratory. For any maneuvers at this point, we are seeing Dragon use its service section Draco thrusters. These each provide 90 pounds of force. There are 12 of those Dracos. Those are only used in the vacuum of space. It's good for these attitude control maneuvers, and those are grouped into 4 clusters of 3 thrusters each. On board, Dragon also has Super Dracos. These are only used for pad or ascent abort scenarios, so these are currently disabled. They are disabled after the ascent portion of the mission. There are also 4 forward bulkhead Draco thrusters. These are located underneath the nose cone. They're used for larger burns like the deorbit burn. However, we're not looking ahead at that currently. We expect that to come about 8 days from now. We are planning for this crew to spend 8 days aboard the International Space Station. Also located underneath the nose cone is the docking hatch. This is the portion that will dock to the International Space Station and the hatch that crew members will use to float in and out of Dragon. This is in contrast to the side hatch that the crew used to board the spacecraft yesterday, that they will also use to depart the spacecraft after splashdown and being pulled aboard the SpaceX recovery ship.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you're looking at live, raw, and unfiltered here. This is a feed from NASA. The AX-2 Dragon is actually making its way towards the International Space Station and should be docking at some point. You could kind of see it. It was just a tiny speck on the screen. You can't really make it out at this point, but it is slowly approaching that International Space Station. As you might have heard in the commentary here, they said slow and steady wins the race. So they're making a slow, approach to the International Space Station for safety purposes. We'll keep an eye on this feed and we'll bring you some more information as the day goes on and as we see that slowly creep up there to the International Space Station. We might dip back into this feed so we can catch that as it does happen. But I do want to get into some of the other news of the day here. Let's talk about the latest with the Idaho murders. Big news there. The suspect in one of the most talked about murder cases in recent history is set to appear in court again today. Brian Kohberger set to be arraigned just days after a grand jury indicted him in the gruesome murder of 4 University of Idaho college students. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has that story for us.
28-year-old Brian Kohberger is expected to enter a plea deal Monday morning at his arraignment in Latah County, Idaho. The grand jury's indictment means that Kohberger's attorneys won't be able to challenge the prosecution's evidence and cross-examine any witnesses, including 2 surviving roommates, in the preliminary hearing that was scheduled to start on June 26. Here's legal expert Lexi Rigdon's take on the matter.
And I think it was a really good idea that they did it this way. One of the reasons they might have done it this way is that the prosecution has actually asked that the names of the witnesses who testified be sealed because apparently they're being harassed in person on social media. This is a really sensitive thing, and they're going to try to not have to put these witnesses through that.
The former Washington State University criminology PhD student is facing 4 counts of first-degree murder and felony burglary in connection to the November 13th murders. Family and friends of the victims have been tight-lipped about the details of this criminal case since a judge issued a gag order barring them, law enforcement, and attorneys from speaking about it. Again, Brian Kohberger's arraignment is scheduled for Monday morning at 9 a.m. local time. Reporting in Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
And thanks to Christina Coleman for that report. Let's move to this story. Big news here on the debt ceiling. President Biden is meeting once again with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy today at the White House, hoping to diffuse the approaching debt crisis. The Treasury Department warns that a first ever default could be just 10 days away now. And as Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning, that isn't much time for Congress to act.
Not much time left, and this is going to be a quick turnaround for the president, who just returned from Japan late last night. President Biden looked tired as he came home to the White House last night, well after 10 o'clock. It went well, we'll talk tomorrow, he said, referring to talks he had with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy while he was flying home from Japan on board Air Force One. According to McCarthy, the conversation went well, but it sounds like they still have a long way to go.
I've been very clear to him from the very beginning. We have to spend less money than we spent last year.
The president is resisting spending cuts, and the Treasury Secretary repeated her warnings that a default, leaving the government unable to borrow more money to pay the bills, could be just days away.
I certainly haven't changed my assessment, so I think that that's a hard deadline.
A hard deadline, and if the president gives in to spending cuts or even some limited work requirements for welfare programs that Republicans are pushing for, far-left lawmakers will be furious.
You don't hold the world's economy hostage in order to impose vicious cuts on some of the most vulnerable people in this country.
And some are pushing for Biden to invoke the 14th Amendment and bypass Congress, a legally uncertain path. The president says if there's no deal, he shouldn't be blamed.
On the merits, based on what I've offered, I would be blameless. On the politics of it, no one will be blameless.
And at this point, even if there is a deal, there's going to be a real crunch here on Capitol Hill to get it to the president's desk in time to avoid a possible default. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And thanks to Doug Luzader for that report. Switching gears, talking about the U.S.-Mexico border. The situation at the southern border is becoming more manageable, with Mexico lending a helping hand and getting migrants away from the border area. That's actually freeing up much needed resources there. And Fox News correspondent Dan Springer, he's in El Paso, Texas, and has the latest on the status there at the U.S.-Mexico border.
9 days after the end of Title 42 and the southern border remains relatively calm. Certainly good news for the people here in El Paso, Texas and elsewhere. Migrants are still trying to get into the U.S. illegally, but the groups appear to be getting smaller. Last night we saw 3 getting caught near the border in New Mexico. In previous nights the totals were 5 and 6, not the dozens or even hundreds like before May 11th. At the moment, cities in Mexico along the border are no longer being overrun by migrants. This is Matamoros, right next to Brownsville, Texas. The tents and tarps remain, but most of the migrants are gone. Mexico is helping. The government is flying migrants to the interior of the country and also busing migrants across its southern border with Guatemala. Shelters in Mexico are now below capacity. Many of the migrants who made it into the U.S. have been processed and released with a date well into the future to report for an asylum hearing. But many others are being sent back to their home countries. DHS says more than 11,000 migrants have been repatriated under the Title VIII since May 12th. The Border Patrol released its report on the first 6 months of this fiscal year, and the numbers are very high as expected. 1.2 million apprehensions, nearly 6,000 were criminals, 377 gang members, more than 1,500 pounds of fentanyl, and almost 18,000 rescues. And that chaos that happened before Title 42 expired led the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, to put the call out to other Republican governors across the country for help, and 2 answered the call. We will expect to have National Guard troops from Florida and also state troopers from Idaho in Texas to help out with the border situation in the coming days. In El Paso, Texas, Dan Springer, Fox News.
And thanks to Dan Springer for that report. Are you looking to make a trip to Florida anytime soon? Well, a growing number of civil rights organizations are actually urging caution if you do so, citing how a string of recent bills from Florida lawmakers and Republican Governor Ron DeSantis are, quote, hostile towards certain groups of people. Fox News' Ted Linder takes a look.
While the sun and surf of Florida's beaches may be inviting, recent waves of legislation from Republican Governor Ron DeSantis are prompting civil rights groups to issue travel warnings for those eyeing a trip to the Sunshine State. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People issued the latest travel advisory over the weekend, saying, quote, Florida is openly hostile toward African Americans, people of color, and LGBTQ plus individuals. Before traveling to Florida, please understand that the state of Florida devalues and marginalizes the contributions of and the challenges faced by African Americans and other communities of color. The NAACP cites Governor DeSantis' decision to ban an advanced placement African American studies course, along with other, quote, aggressive attempts to erase black history and to restrict diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in Florida schools as reasons behind its travel advisory. Other civil rights groups like the League of United Latin American Citizens and Equality Florida have previously issued Florida travel advisories over new DeSantis laws addressing immigration, bans on gender-affirming care for trans youth, and more.
It is wrong to teach students that gender is a choice, and we don't allow that in Florida.
Stress that this is put on the community is unbelievable.
Florida remains one of the most popular states for tourism, bringing in more than 137 million visitors last year, according to the state's tourism agency. Ted Linder, Fox News.
A Marine veteran speaking out for the first time since he was arrested in the death of a homeless man on the New York City subway. He tells the New York Post the incident was not racially motivated. Fox News correspondent Nate Foy has that story for us.
24-year-old Marine vet Daniel Penny tells the New York Post he would do the same thing again in similar circumstances. And he denies that race played any role in his actions, saying, quote, I judge a person based on their character. I'm not a white supremacist. Penny's charged with second-degree manslaughter for this altercation on the subway. The Marine vet says he was on his way to the gym when he encountered Jordan Neely on an F train. Penny's lawyers say he was protecting other passengers after Neely shouted threatening remarks. When asked what he would say to Neely's family, Penny told the New York Post, quote, I'm deeply saddened by the loss of life. It's tragic what happened to him. Hopefully we can change the system that so desperately failed us. Here's New York City Mayor Eric Adams talking about what can be learned from this case.
If we don't get help from the state government to ensure that we can use involuntary removals for those who are in danger to themselves and can't take care of their basic needs, we may be facing a potential problem like this again. And that's what we need to do.
Penny tells the New York Post he's a normal guy who loves people of all different backgrounds. But lawyers for Neely's family think he's trying to escape consequences.
He's going to come up with more and more things to make himself look better, because that's the only way that he can escape the consequences of what he did. But I tell you one thing, he cannot rewrite how the story ends. The story ends with his arms wrapped around Jordan's neck, choking him to death.
Right now, Penny is free on $100,000 bail. His next court date is in July, and he faces up to 15 years in prison. Reporting in New York City, Nate Foy, Fox News.
And thanks to Nate Foy for that report. Well, let's take a live look here. The AX-2 crew is going to be docking with the International Space Station at some point. They're making their approach right now to the International Space Station. Everybody involved in this, what you're looking at right now, it's SpaceX, Axiom Space, and NASA, all working together to make this happen. I was hoping they'd put that shot back up there. That's inside the capsule there where the AX-2 crew is. And looks like they're actually a touchscreen monitor there that the astronauts messing with. That was pretty cool there. Interesting shot that we don't often get to see. I do want to take another commercial break. It is our third one of the hour. We'll keep an eye on this feed, but we're going to switch gears and talk about the latest out of Texas. There's been a big deal that's been made. We'll talk to our friends at KDFW about American Airlines reaching a deal with the pilots union. Big news there. We'll be right back in 2 minutes with more on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, talking about some big news here with American Airlines. They were planning to picket at some point. Well, sounds like they might have reached a deal. To avoid that, we do have Shannon Murray with our Fox 4 friends down there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. She's at the airport right now with all the details. So pretty big news here, Shannon.
Right, this is definitely welcome news for the travelers here this morning and customers of American Airlines, Zach. So we don't know exactly what's in this agreement, but we know it includes a salary increase. The pilots say, though, the really big change has to do with staffing and the scheduling process, which will ultimately create a better work-life balance for the pilots. On Friday, the Fort Worth-based airline reached a principal agreement with the Allied Pilots Association after 4 years of negotiations. American Airlines pilots had been picketing here at DFW Airport and other major hubs after they voted to authorize a strike this month. The association warned that if a deal was not reached, it could impact customers, and they even suggested travelers book with other carriers. The agreement from American comes just in time for the busy summer travel season.
This is a good day when our leadership, who knows what our pilots want because we survey them frequently, says this has risen to the level that we think it should proceed. This is important. It takes away some of the human uncertainty that our pilots have been living with.
It makes you feel good. I mean, you need great pilots and great, supporting staff for the pilots, and to know that the pilots are taken care of. That's who you want, to be taken care of right away. They're the most important part of the flight.
American Airlines released a statement that says, in part, we have the best and most professional pilots in the business, and like all American Airlines team members, they deserve to be paid well and competitively. So this deal is not totally done yet. It will take a couple of weeks for a tentative agreement to be approved. Then all 15,000 pilots in the union will get a copy, and they have the final say. And like I said, Zach, we don't have all of the details of what's in this agreement. Those will come out here in the coming weeks. But there are reports, including one from the Dallas Morning News, saying that these pilots would receive a 21% pay increase in the first year. Back to you.
All right, Shannon Murray with Fox 4 Dallas with all the details. We'll see how things progress from here. Shannon, thank you so much. We appreciate it. It is 8:45 on the East Coast, 5:45 in the morning over on the West Coast. Let's get our last commercial break out of the way. We'll come back and get you caught up on all the top stories from all around the country and around the world, as well as we take another live look there at the White House where those debt ceiling negotiations will be starting once again today between President Biden and Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. I'd imagine some other players involved as well. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this short break with plenty more here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a live look in here at the control room there at NASA as the AX-2 crew is getting ready to dock with the International Space Station. We just saw a shot of that a second ago, but they took it away. But those are all the folks working on trying to make this all go smoothly. The AX-2 crew approaching the International Space Station. A producer here just told me it should take maybe about 45 minutes before we actually see that docking happen. But in the meantime, as they do make that approach, NASA here has some coverage, kind of giving a little play-by-play and also some analysis and kind of some interesting tidbits of information as this does continue. But it's not just NASA, also SpaceX and Axiom Space involved in this as well. So 3 agencies working together to make this all happen as that AX-2 crew approaches the International Space Station. Let's go ahead and bring up the audio and listen in for a second and hear what they have to say.
Media and other STEM organizations here on Earth. Now just 290 meters away from the space station and closing in. Again, slow and steady. We are less than 1 mile per hour as we see Crew Dragon move toward the International Space Station Zenith port. Once we reach that, it'll be waypoint 1. We hope to see that in about 5 minutes. And we're tracking docking again this morning at 8:10 a.m. Central Time, so just about 20 minutes from now. So look back at what has brought Dragon to this point. Less than an hour after liftoff last night at about 5:23 p.m. Central Time, Dragon executed the phase burn. This was the first of those 5 major burns. This raised Dragon's orbit using the Draco thrusters, and about 7 hours later we had the boost burn. This put our crew in an orbit where Dragon's apogee, or the highest point of its orbit around the Earth, is 10 kilometers lower than the space station. After that, we execute the close co-elliptic burn, and this puts Dragon on an orbit roughly co-elliptic with the station. So it means it maintains that orbit about 10 kilometers lower than the station all the way around instead of just at apogee. The transfer burn occurred at about 2:47 a.m. this morning, Central Time. This is where we raised Dragon's apogee. Again, that's the highest point of its orbit to just 2.5 kilometers lower than the station. We want to make that co-elliptic one more time, so we round that out with the final co-elliptic burn. That was at 3:34 a.m. Central this morning, maintaining the constant orbit about 2.5 kilometers below the station. We also saw the approach initiation burn just at the start of today's broadcast. This really begins the final stages of Dragon's rendezvous with the station, and we started integrated operations between the Dragon control team in Hawthorne and the space station flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston. This approach initiation brought us up to waypoint 0. Waypoint 0 is 400 meters below the station. This is the first checkpoint during the approach. We have now entered the approach ellipsoid, that first boundary of monitoring the arrival and departure of visiting vehicles. Of course, we didn't even have to hold at that 400 meters. All of the systems checked out, and Dragon has continued its approach to waypoint 1. This happens when we are about 220 meters away from the space station. We're currently 240 meters away, so we're getting very close, and that 220 meters at waypoint 1 puts us on the docking axis, meaning it's directly above the docking port. So we're heading toward the zenith port of the International Space Station station's Node 2 module, also known as Harmony. Currently docked to the forward port, we have Dragon Endeavor, which brought the Crew 6 crew. So once Dragon is only 20 meters away.
On the Big Loop, approach 1 and soft capture ring extension will begin shortly. Dragon will continue approach to waypoint 2. Reminder that manual impulsive retreat recovery is not permitted.
Dragon copy.
Station copies.
And confirmation that the spacecraft has arrived at waypoint 1. Again, we have the opportunity to hold here. It's 220 meters away from the International Space Station, specifically.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're looking at a feed from NASA here talking about the AX-2 Dragon crew. They are right there. I believe that is the capsule they're zooming in on. It's actually getting a little easier to see now. They've actually got a shot inside that as well, showing some of those astronauts out there in space as they approach the International Space Station. We'll keep an eye on this feed. We'll come back to this here in a little bit. It could take about a half hour more for them to actually get to the International Space Station. As we listen into some of that commentary, they're talking about how they do a slow and steady approach for safety purposes to make sure they get this right. It obviously has to be very precise. So, like I said, we'll keep an eye on this feed here, but I do want to get to some other news here. This is out of Suffolk County, New York. This is a press conference that happened yesterday, but this is important because we had Briella Tomasetti on earlier. She was talking about the issues and the pushback certain people are getting trying to house migrants in the New York City area. And Suffolk County in New York, they're saying they don't want to be a sanctuary city and they don't want those migrants there. So I'm going to play that for you. Let's go ahead and listen to that press conference from yesterday.
Head Councilman Tim Hubbard, and from Brookhaven, Neil Manzella. So I want to thank each and every one of you for coming here today. I want to start by talking about where we are right now. And we're watching a humanitarian crisis spin out of control due to the complete incompetence of the Biden administration and the Hochul administration. Thousands of migrants and asylum seekers are being sent to municipalities each and every day. Be very clear, the residents of Suffolk County should not have to shoulder the burden of the failed policies of the Biden and Hochul administrations. New York City made a conscious decision to call itself a sanctuary city. Suffolk County did not. We have shown through the adoption of the 2023 operating budget and our legislative agenda that top priorities in Suffolk County are public safety and fiscal responsibility. Although we have no direct contact with officials from New York City, we have heard through media reports they are contacting hotel owners on a regular basis throughout Suffolk County to house those unvetted immigrants and asylum seekers, thereby passing the cost of providing services to the taxpayers of Suffolk County. The residents of Suffolk County have already dealt with the financial cost of the pandemic and the historic inflation because of the failed policies of the state and federal government. We cannot stand by and allow the residents of Suffolk County to further burden the failed policies of Biden, Hochul, and the Adams administrations in dealing with this crisis. I want to be clear about something else. This is not an anti-immigration stance. We recognize that we are a county of immigrants. Okay. I want to clear about something else. This is not an anti-immigration stance. We recognize that we are a country of immigrants. My grandparents weren't born in this country, and many of the people here are not only the grandchildren but also children of immigrants. This is about the failed immigration policies of the federal government. There's no vetting process. We do not know who is going to be sent into this county, so we do not know what strain is going to be put on our partners in law enforcement. But we do know that they have no way to provide for the food, shelter, medical, or schooling costs because of the Biden and Adams failed policies that prevents them from obtaining work legally. The data coming from New York City demonstrates how daunting the cost of providing services could be for the residents of Suffolk County. This crisis is projected to cost the city $4.3 billion by June 2024, according to the estimates of the city's budget Office of Management and Budget. This is over $1 billion more than the entire operating budget of Suffolk County. It is estimated that steady influx of immigrants sent to New York City is soon to be expected to increase by as many as 5,000 a week. The amount of money that the federal and state government have committed towards this crisis is a mere drop in the bucket compared to what it will actually cost. We cannot allow the federal and state pass on these costs to the residents of Suffolk County. Several counties throughout the state have commenced litigation and successfully obtained temporary restraining orders. Our county executive has not signaled that he's prepared to take those actions. We, as the Suffolk County Legislature, therefore, have to be prepared to act on behalf of Suffolk County residents if the county executive will not. This week, we'll be introducing a procedural motion to authorize the hiring of special counsel to pursue any and all legal options available to protect the unfunded location of any asylum seekers in Suffolk County. So at this time, I'm going to be calling on Congressman Nick LaLota to talk further about the failed policies on the federal level and what he is doing to make sure that we keep our borders and our communities safe. Congressman, thanks.
Thank you, Kevin, for your leadership on this important issue for Suffolk County and for all the colleagues behind me. I was fortunate to serve in this building for about a year as a chief of staff. It's nice to be back with some of these good folks who are trying their best to make Suffolk County a better place to live. Our country is the greatest country the world has ever known. We are so proud to be Americans. Indeed, we are a nation of immigrants. Behind me stand many men and women whose descendants come from many different nations across this globe, and we're proud about being Americans who came from other places. We honor immigration. We honor legal immigration. We are a compassionate nation. We spend tens of billions of dollars sending money. We'll give you all your time. We'll give you all your time. We would ask that in exchange you give us the respect to be able to say these words, and we will give you time to say what you want. We are also...
Folks, if we want to get through this, everyone, we cannot, please, we're going to get through this, and everyone has a chance to talk.
Thank you, ma'am. We are also a nation of laws and rules. Some of us can't follow rules here today, but many of us want to live in a society that honors laws and rules. We have legal immigration rules. We have finite budgets.
You're going to be asked to leave. You're going to be asked to leave. You're going to be asked to leave.
Are you finished?
No problem. It's a Sunday.
Are you finished?
We belong in church.
Are you finished?
Undercover on a Sunday when people are at church. This is a hypocrisy. This is white people.
Okay.
This is not a rally. This is a press conference.
This is a press conference.
Please stop.
You're going to be asked to leave, or you will be escorted out.
Are you finished? Are you finished?
No, I'm not. When are you going to hold the town hall? When are you going to hold the town hall, coward?
We are a nation of immigrants. We are proud about our immigrant heritage. We have come from many different nations to this nation, and we have come here legally. We are also a nation of rules and laws. And we must, if we are to maintain the greatness of being the greatest nation the world has ever known, we must continue to be a nation of rules and laws. Contrary to that, New York City officials have bragged for years that they were a sanctuary city, that rules and laws did not apply to people who are in this country illegally if you're in the 5 boroughs. That is the policy choice that officials of New York City consciously made and bragged about for years. Concurrent with a lack of rule of law, the Biden administration has allowed more than 1 million illegal immigrants to cross our southern border between ports of entry to get to our country. We here in Suffolk County are 2,000 miles from the southern border, but we are to become a border county because of the Biden administration's failed border policies and the sanctuary city policies of New York City, which have tended to become a magnet drawing people across that southern border. New York City has made those policy choices. Their elected officials have not only put those choices into law, they have held press conferences bragging about that. They have made those choices. Predictably, their resources have now become overrun. Homeless folks, veterans, mentally impaired, people who are suffering from substance abuse now have less or no resources because of the predictable reaction of so many people. The predictable reaction of so many people coming to New York City for those sanctuary city policies. I say to the mayor of New York City, sir, put your money where your mouth is. Yes! You have made those choices to make New York City a sanctuary city. Those are your choices, sir. Now it's time for you to put up the money and the resources to accept the consequences of those public choices. Suffolk County has put itself, via the elected officials behind me, on a different trajectory. We have different values that honor law-abiding citizens and taxpayers before anybody else. And I commend the presiding officers and the legislature's actions to protect the value choices that we have made to be a nation of legal immigrants and law and order. And I appreciate your time this Sunday morning. I look forward to engaging you more on this. Back to the presiding officer.
So at this time, are there any questions from the press? Vera? We have not decided on that outside counsel, and we believe that there's money in the budget that could be appropriated for that purpose.
No taxpayer money. No. Have you spoken to New York City officials at all? Have you attempted to speak to them? If so, what has that communication been like?
No, we have not spoken to anybody from New York City. Nobody from New York City has contacted us directly. We are aware that they are contacting hotels and motels or any place that migrants or asylum seekers could be housed. So they are reaching out beyond the Suffolk County legislature to go outside into Suffolk County to find out where they may be able to find housing for these people.
Where are those locations you're hearing? Did you confirm that information with any
Excuse me?
hotels? Where are those towns and
Every town. They have it's my understanding that they have called every hotel and motel in the state of New York, including Suffolk County.
Have you guys called those hotels to confirm those details, or that's just what you're hearing?
That is what we're hearing, and we have gotten reports back from hotel owners that they have been contacted. Okay. Yes.
Right now, the budget doesn't include Suffolk County. If Hopeful sits down with you guys and approves your county to be a part of the budget, are you guys willing to take in migrants moving forward?
We're not prepared to take in unvetted migrants from the border. We are not prepared to do that. We feel it would be an unfair burden on our public safety systems, on our police, our fire services, our rescue services, and also on our schools. I mean, it is going to take 2 years, what we understand, is the shortest period of time before someone can get their day in court. During those 2 years, we're going to have families that are going to have needs. Those needs are going to spew over into our social services that we provide, that the residents of Suffolk County pay for. They're going to be going into school districts, and they're going to have special needs. Many of these children that came across have not even attended school, and now they have all kinds of needs that they're going to have taken care of. So this is going to be an unfair burden on the residents of Suffolk County. And understand, I am being told that 90% of the asylum seekers have their claims denied, that they are not truly here, they don't fall under the legal protection of asylum. And so we're going to have these people. I'm not quite sure that they're going to say, okay, if they do show up for court, that they're going to say, yeah, you're right, I don't belong here. They're going to pack up and go home. I'm not sure that's going to happen. And so that's one of our concerns.
Can you elaborate more on the special counsel, what the goal would be?
Well, we're not sure what action is going to be taken. We have to see what is happening. There's nothing here, so we can't react to something that hasn't happened yet, but we can be prepared. And this is the first step. This is the first step to be prepared in the event that some action is taken into Suffolk County.
Why did you hold it on a Sunday? This is the press.
This is the press.
Okay. Somebody asked, why did he hold it on a Sunday?
Okay. Yes, sir.
And then, what current federal land and federal buildings are available in Suffolk County if the migrants come here? Where can you guys house them on federal-owned land or buildings?
Well, we can't house them anywhere. We're not looking to open up Suffolk County buildings. But the governor's already stated she is looking into the possibility of opening up SUNY schools. And so they said, well, we can house them at least until August when the kids come back, the students come back. You know that's not going to happen. You know that you are going to find out that now our SUNY students are going to be displaced because of that. This is not a short-term problem. This is a long-term problem. The federal government, we don't control what the federal government does. If they have facilities, if they have military bases or other facilities that they have, we don't have any control over that. So that may be something, and some of them are located within Suffolk County. So we have to be prepared. What action can we take against the federal government? We don't know. That's why we're going to be hiring outside counsel to see what are the possibilities of what we can do.
What if you don't get the cooperation of the county executive's office? How does that work? Can you file a lawsuit without any attorneys?
Well, we're a co-equal branch of government, okay? And we feel that we have the power to do what we need to do to protect the residents of Suffolk County. I'm sorry?
Have you attempted to speak to Governor Hochul about this? You mentioned the SUNY school housing situation.
I have been in contact with Governor Hochul's representatives, and they did tell me that they would, if anyone were to come here, that we would be called. And I think Congressman Laloda has spoken with her, and maybe he can.
Yeah, I can echo what the presiding officer mentioned about the governor's plans. I think she was at a recent press availability in Buffalo, where she said she was looking at other suburban counties besides Orange to put these folks at, and this is one of the reasons that we're having this conference here. Likewise, in a conference call maybe 4 or 5 days ago, the governor asked the delegation, the congressional delegation from New York, for resources to help fight this issue, and there wasn't any warmth in response to that request. We feel that this is an issue that has been self-created by the policies that have come out of Albany and New York City, and those folks who have created this mess owe the responsibility to pay for this mess, both in terms of budget dollars and other implications upon public safety and schools and housing and food availability. They owe the first obligation to fight this issue, and that's what we told the governor on a phone call about 4 days ago.
I mean, you're bringing this press conference together to talk about the steps in case this were to happen. You talk about a special counsel. What other steps are you looking into if this does happen here?
Well, we need to see what does happen. With the advice of counsel, they will advise about what steps we can take legally or other ways legislatively to be able to combat that.
Okay, so that would be the first.
Yes.
What's your direct message to migrants thinking that they're going to come here soon?
We feel that you need to go through the legal vetting process, and the message has been to migrants that come over. Our borders are open and they're porous. They can come over here and they'll have a better life. Well, you could if you did it legally. And we want the message is that you cannot just come into this country unvetted and without going through the full legal process, not the short-circuited process that's in place right now that was put in by the Biden administration. Okay, that's the message, that you come through the border, you come through legally, and we will welcome you.
Anything else? Thank you.
Is that from the press? No. Okay, okay. Any other? Okay. No, we're only taking questions from the press. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, this is in Suffolk County, New York, where officials there are. All right, that wrapped up that press conference that was out of Suffolk County. That was actually a Live Now replay from yesterday, but important because we covered that this morning out of New York City with Briella Tomasetti with Fox 5 New York. But I want to switch gears to a live look right here. This is out of Seattle, Washington. This is from our friends at Fox 13 there in Seattle. You see a police officer making some marks around the tires there. That's what they do to actually mark the position of a vehicle when they're doing an investigation on an accident. But you see two police cars right there involved in this. Well, at least one that has damage. There's another one behind them. I can't really tell if they're actually, that might just be a police officer sitting in their vehicle, but we know this is an officer-involved crash, obviously. You see that on your screen, and it sent 3 people to the hospital, so pretty intense damage. I kind of wish they would be able to pan this to the side because there is a truck that appears to be kind of like run into a building, but we can't see that at this point. If they do move that, we'll dip back into this, this live shot here. We'll work to learn a little more information on that as well. And let's go to this shot here. This is the AX2 crew. They are, well, that's the control room anyway, but that crew is actually making their way to the International Space Station. We've been keeping an eye on this feed. They should be getting pretty close to docking on the ISS. We'll see if that does happen here shortly. What we'll do is we'll go to a commercial break. It'll be our first one of the hour. We'll get that out of the way, keep an eye on these feeds, and we'll come back and get you caught up on all the big news of the day here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we take a live look in at that control room there, the AX2 crew. This is, I presume, well, actually that might be Axiom's control room there. Actually, I should get into those details. There's 3 folks, 3 entities that are involved in this. This is SpaceX, Axiom Space, and NASA all working together for this AX2 crew that'll be docking with the International Space Station here shortly. This is happening live. We'll dip into the audio here and kind of listen in. They've been providing some narration off and on here, but let's see if they have anything to say.
Again, we are in a handover of our satellites for KU, which is what brings down our video. We do have audio communication with the crew through our S-band.
MCS configured, proceeding with hook driving.
Teams reporting that we're properly configured for hard capture. Again, this is 12 hooks, 2 sets of 6. They will drive the first 6, and those are firmly latched. They will then drive the next 6. We do see those first 6 hooks now starting to drive.
And looks like there's a little bit of a lull in the narration there. Again, this is the AX-2 Dragon docking with the International Space Station. I'd imagine this should be happening at any moment. They haven't taken a look outside. They've actually got a shot of the capsule as it's approaching the International Space Station. Haven't seen them put that up yet. So I think in the meantime, what we'll do is maybe get into some of the other news of the day, and we can talk about that debt ceiling. That's obviously a big deal and something we are following here on Live Now from Fox as those negotiations continue again today. We do have Doug Luzader, actually. He's got the latest information on this for us in Washington, and they don't have much time for Congress to act as that deadline is June 1st. Let's get into that story.
Not much time left, and this is going to be a quick turnaround for the president, who just returned from Japan late last night. President Biden looked tired as he came home to the White House last night, well after 10 o'clock. It went well. We'll talk tomorrow, he said, referring to talks he had with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy while he was flying home from Japan on board Air Force One. According to McCarthy, the conversation went well, but it sounds like they still have a long way to go.
But I've been very clear to him from the very beginning. We have to spend less money than we spent last year.
The president is resisting spending cuts, and the Treasury Secretary repeated her warnings that a default, leaving the government unable to borrow more money to pay the bills, could be just days away.
I certainly haven't changed my assessment, so I think that that's a hard deadline.
A hard deadline, and if the president gives in to spending cuts or even some limited work requirements for welfare programs that Republicans are pushing for, far-left lawmakers will be furious.
You don't hold the world's economy hostage in order to impose vicious cuts on some of the most vulnerable people in this country.
And some are pushing for Biden to invoke the 14th Amendment and bypass Congress, a legally uncertain path. The president says if there's no deal, he shouldn't be blamed.
On the merits, based on what I've offered, I would be blameless. On the politics of it, no one will be blameless.
And at this point, even if there is a deal, there's going to be a real crunch here on Capitol Hill to get it to the president's desk in time to avoid a possible default. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And thanks to Doug Luzader for that report. Well, if you're looking to make a trip to Florida, a growing number of civil rights organizations are urging caution, citing how a string of recent bills from Florida lawmakers and Republican Governor Ron DeSantis are, quote, hostile towards certain groups of people. Fox News' Ted Linder takes a closer look.
While the sun and surf of Florida's beaches may be inviting, recent waves of legislation from Republican Governor Ron DeSantis are prompting civil rights groups to issue travel warnings for those eyeing a trip to the Sunshine State. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People issued the latest travel advisory over the weekend, saying, quote, Florida is openly hostile toward African Americans, people of color, and LGBTQ+ individuals. Before traveling to Florida, please understand that the state of Florida devalues and marginalizes the contributions of and the challenges faced by African Americans and other communities of color. The NAACP cites Governor DeSantis' decision to ban an advanced placement African American studies course, along with other, quote, aggressive attempts to erase black history and to restrict diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in Florida schools as reasons behind its travel advisory. Other civil rights groups like the League of United Latin American Citizens and Equality Florida have previously issued Florida travel advisories over new DeSantis laws addressing immigration, bans on gender-affirming care for trans youth, and more.
It is wrong to teach students that gender is a choice, and we don't allow that in Florida.
Stress that this is put on the community is unbelievable.
Florida remains one of the most popular states for tourism, bringing in more than 137 million visitors last year, according to the state's tourism agency. Ted Lindner, Fox News.
The suspect in one of the most talked about murder cases in recent history is set to appear in court today. Brian Kohberger is set to be arraigned just days after a grand jury indicted him in the gruesome murder of 4 University of Idaho college students. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has the latest.
28-year-old Brian Kohberger is expected to enter a plea deal Monday morning at his arraignment in Latah County, Idaho. The grand jury's indictment means that Kohberger's attorneys won't be able to challenge the prosecution's evidence and cross-examine any witnesses, including 2 surviving roommates, in the preliminary hearing that was scheduled to start on June 26. Here's legal expert Lexi Rigdon's take on the matter.
And I think it was a really good idea that they did it this way. One of the reasons they might have done it this way is that the prosecution has actually asked that the names of the witnesses who testified be sealed because apparently they're being harassed in person on social media. This is a really sensitive thing, and they're going to try to not have to put these witnesses through that.
The former Washington State University criminology PhD student is facing 4 counts of first-degree murder and felony burglary in connection to the November 13th murders. Family and friends of the victims have been tight-lipped about the details of this criminal case since a judge issued a gag order barring them, law enforcement, and attorneys from speaking about it. Again, Brian Kohberger's arraignment is scheduled for Monday morning at 9 a.m. local time. Reporting in Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
And thanks to Christina Coleman for that report. Well, let's go ahead and get another commercial break out of the way. I believe it'll be our second one of the hour here as we take a live look at the White House in Washington, D.C., the site of those debt ceiling negotiations between President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Those do resume today. We'll see where it all goes. Like I said, let's get that commercial break out of the way. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It's 9:28 on the East Coast, 6:28 in the morning over on the West Coast. I'm your host, Zach Horner, as we take you through all the big stories of the day from all around the country and around the world as well. We also, of course, prioritize live events as they are happening. Looks like, yeah, we got a few here. Take a look at your screen in that big box. That is actually the AX2 Control Center. Well, it's one of the control rooms, I guess. There's 3 entities involved in this. It's SpaceX, Axiom Space, and NASA, all working together to get that AX2 crew that is currently in space to dock with the International Space Station. So that's where things stand right there. We'll bring up the audio here in a second and kind of listen in to see where they're at with all of that. It should be happening pretty soon, I would imagine. But of course, you see on your screen there, one of those boxes, that is the White House. That'll be the site of where those debt ceiling negotiations continue on today between the President and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Below that, you see a live look in Seattle, Washington. Looks like kind of a dark shot. You can see a couple cop cars there. This is an officer-involved accident. We know 3 people were taken to the hospital. No word on their condition. We're working to learn a little more information about that. But like I said, we're going to bring up the audio here. This will be for the AX2 docking with the International Space Station. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Now that we have docked until our welcome ceremony, standing by for the start time for that ceremony. But this hatch open process takes about 2 hours. A look ahead at the steps that will be happening over the next couple of hours. Again, Woody Hoberg, NASA astronaut on the space station, is prime for these operations and bringing the AX2 crew on board. Now that we're docked, he is securing some hardware, and then we'll move into hatch operations. First, he will open the large hatch at Node 2 Zenith. That'll give him access inside the pressurized mating adapter. He will then help pressurize the vestibule. That's, again, the small space between the hatches on Dragon and the space station. Of course, this was previously exposed to a vacuum prior to docking. We need to fill it with air, make sure its pressure is nearly equal with the atmospheric pressures on Dragon and the station.
Com check on cabin Mike.
And Dragon SpaceX, I had you 5x5 on the cabin mic, but I am seeing that you have both ground and ISS set to PTT. Please set it to only the big loop.
Okay, on the big loop, cabin mic set from Dragon.
And I have you 5x5. How me?
5x5, thanks.
Station on 2 for PMA 3 ingress part step 1.
Houston is with you on 2.
All right, just looking for your go in step 1.1.
Standby 1, and we are checking on that now.
Station copies.
As you heard, teams on the ground communicating with the crew still aboard Dragon Freedom. Peggy Whitson took a chance to test out the cabin mic rather than the microphones they'd been using in their
Houston, on
seats
the
now
big
that
loop,
they've
you are
docked
go
those.
for 1.1 of procedure 2.102.
Copy, go in step 1.1 of 2.102.
And that voice being NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg communicating with Justin Cartledge here on the ground, his Capcom, the capsule communicator. That's the person speaking with the astronauts aboard the International Space Station. Woody is now stepping through some procedures, including he will get access inside the pressurized mating adapter and then pressurize the vestibule. We want to make sure the pressure is almost equal with the pressures on board Dragon and the station. He'll use a small valve on the station's hatch to slowly introduce air into the vestibule. Flight controllers here in Houston will monitor the pressure and temperature readings inside and verify that everything is leak-free before we get ready to open the hatches. Again, it's about a 2-hour process to get everything pressurized and checked out before we open the hatches. And following that hatch open, we'll have a welcoming ceremony with all 4 AX-2 astronauts, as well as our 7 crew members living aboard the station. So if it's not too early for you to do some math, yes, that is 11 people that'll be living aboard the International Space Station for at least the next week.
Station node 2 overhead hatch open.
Houston copies.
Again, we are live covering the arrival of the AX-2 crew to the International Space Station. This is the second private astronaut mission that has visited the International Space Station following Axiom 1 flight last year. Our crew members aboard Dragon Freedom today include former NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson. Up until now, she has spent 665 days in space, so she's looking to add to that total. It's more than any U.S. astronaut and more than any woman in the world. She's joined by pilot John Schaffner. And the 2 mission specialists representing the Saudi Space Commission are Ali Al-Karni and Rayana Barnawi.
Station on 2, we're ready for step 2.2 on your go.
Checking. You are go at 2.2.
Copy, go.
As we hear NASA astronaut Woody Hoberg stepping through the procedures with the ground's go, he will begin pressurizing the vestibule shortly. In the meantime, NASA astronaut Frank Rubio continues to conduct some hardware servicing on the space station.
SpaceX on the big loop. If desired, reference procedure 4.400 for monitoring vestibule pressurization.
Confirmation from teams on the ground that vestibule pressurization has begun. Again, this is the small space between the Dragon hatch and the space station hatch. We want to bring that up from vacuum to about 14.7 psi. That's about the same pressure as the International Space Station, approximately the same pressure we're used to here on Earth. Astronauts on the space station live in a mixed nitrogen-oxygen environment, again, very similar to what we have on Earth.
And Dragon Station on the Big Loop, no response required. ISS power connection established.
Station on 2, step 2.4, A pass pressure equalized at 1339 GMT.
Houston copies 1339 GMT.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, the AX-2 Dragon has docked with the International Space Station. Right now they're pressurizing the capsule so they can make their way out of that capsule at some point. They haven't taken a live look outside in space at the International Space Station yet. They did have some looks earlier. Not sure why they haven't gone to that shot yet, but hopefully they do soon so we can get a look out there at the International Space Station. But of course, you look at your screen there, the debt ceiling negotiations do continue today at the White House between the House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, and President Joe Biden. Below that on your screen, you see this accident. This is actually in the Seattle area, but it's well south of Seattle, actually closer to Tacoma, Washington, in a place called University Place. And this happened at around 4:32 a.m., and this is on West Coast time. An occupant of the other vehicle was ejected. Actually, let's put this other shot up here. There we go. This is actually what we're talking about here, this information. So the other, actually, just to clarify, let's go back. This is in Seattle. This is an officer-involved accident. We're working to learn more information about this. 3 people were injured in this, and well, or at least taken to the hospital. So working to learn more about that. Another accident. Here we go. We go to this one here. This is where deputies were actually called out. I believe this is another accident in the Washington area. Okay, so this is 2 accidents that we have in Washington. So this is the one that's in University Place, closer to Tacoma, Washington. The other one, of course, being closer to Seattle. So now we got that straight. Got a couple accidents we're covering here, though. So we know both deputies were they're in good condition. They were transported to the hospital. The other person was also transported. No updates on their injuries at this point. The roadway has been shut down, and the traffic unit is on scene to investigate the collision. That's all the info we have at this point. So we'll stay on top of that for you, bring you any new information as we do find it. But looking at the scene right there, pretty intense stuff. That is a lot of debris in the road. It's going to take crews a while to clean that up. Hopefully everybody makes it out okay from this. We'll work for some updates, though, on everybody involved. But let's go ahead and take that commercial break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, happening right now. Regular old business here in the House of Commons over in the UK. Let's go ahead and bump the audio up and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
High NHS waiting lists and back to work. Labour has set out plans to do each of these things because we want and expect immigration to come down. And yet the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary are clearly at loggerheads on this issue. It appears that the right hand doesn't know what the far right hand is doing. So the Home Secretary, I would ask her if she can confirm, is she still committed to the 2019 Conservative Manifesto pledge of bringing net migration below 226,000? And if so, does she think that the Prime Minister agrees with her?
Well, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let's be absolutely clear. This party wants to bring net migration down. I have no idea what the party opposite wants to do. We've heard in the last few days a succession of shadow ministers confused on this issue. The Conservative government believes in controlled migration. We only have to look back to the legacy of the last Labour government to see that under Labour there's always an open-door approach to migration. We will control it. The Labour Party will leave an open-door migration policy.
For Mr. Speaker.
Oh, thank you very much. I apologise. There we go. Mr. Speaker, I'm in regular correspondence with the devolved administrations about the illegal migration bill. I recently met with the Scottish Cabinet Secretary for the Constitution, Angus Robertson, and last week I wrote to the Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice proposing a meeting which I hope will happen later this week.
Owen Thompson. Mr. Speaker, not only is this bill being driven through Parliament at breakneck speed, but the Scottish Government's been given no opportunity yet to consider these proposals properly before their introduction. Does the Minister therefore agree that any regulations that would amend, repeal or revoke any Scottish legislation or any devolved matter cannot possibly come into force through this bill without the consent of the Scottish Ministers?
Hear, hear. Well, I think I just made clear that I have reached out to colleagues in the Scottish Government, but immigration is a reserved matter and is a matter for this Parliament to dictate our future borders policy. I hope that the honourable gentleman will support the bill, as from the figures that I've seen, his constituency in Midlothian currently has no asylum seekers in dispersal accommodation and no asylum seekers in contingency accommodation, such as hotels. 0 asylum seekers in the honourable gentleman's constituency. He is, I'm afraid, yet another example of humanitarian NIMBYism by the SNP.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to the devolved administrations, would the Minister kindly share details on the discussions that he's had with local authorities, local government and local councils in particular, around the provisions in the bill? And may I ask him as well, how does that relate in terms of the government's plans to accommodate people in Wethersfield, including those who would be covered under this bill?
Well, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. When she was Home Secretary, she set out the policy to create large sites on which to house asylum seekers in a more focused and less expensive manner. She took forward a proposal for a site in the north of England. My right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, and I have continued that tradition and have set forth plans for 3 sites, one at Bexhill, one at Wethersfield and one at Scampton.
SNP spokesperson Alison Thoutless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Trafficking Awareness Raising Alliance, TARA, supported 156 women in their service during 2021 and 2022. Of these, 138 women were seeking asylum or were undocumented when they were referred to TARA. Brona Andrew of TARA told the Scottish Parliament's Equality, Human Rights and Civil Justice Committee that had the illegal migration bill been in place, those women would not have been able to access our support. In the face of clear evidence of the harm that the Tories' illegal migration bill will cause, what possible justification can the Minister give for removing support from trafficked women in Scotland and strengthening the hand of those that would exploit them?
Well, the bill is based on a very simple principle, that we want to break the people smugglers and human traffickers' business model. By supporting this bill, I know she opposes it, but by supporting this bill, we will do that, and we will stop people crossing in these dangerous, unnecessary journeys, and fewer cases, such as the ones the Honourable Lady raises, will happen in the future. But I go back to the point I said to her colleague. If the SNP feels so strongly about this issue, why do they do so little to support asylum seekers in Scotland? Currently, there are 11 contingency hotels in the whole of Scotland housing 600 migrants. That is 1% of all those asylum seekers in the country. She never matches her words with deeds.
Number 5, please.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will group this with number 8 and 13. We've recently launched our strategy to tackle fraud, as well as measures in the online.
If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in to the House of Commons there over in the UK as they conduct some business. And if you look at your other boxes there, you see a live look at the White House, where the debt ceiling negotiations will continue on today. And right below that, the AX-2 Dragon crew docking with the International Space Station. You see that capsule that kind of looks like it almost has a lid or something. You see that white bit on top of it. That's actually the capsule right there. So last when we listened in, they were pressurizing that so the crew could make their exit from it. But we'll keep an eye on this feed and see how things progress as the day goes on. But I do want to take our last commercial break of the hour here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just 2 short minutes with plenty more here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I want to play this for you here. These are remarks from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy that he made at the end of the G7 Hiroshima summit there. Actually, somebody's reading an intro for him, and then he provides remarks on a number of different topics, obviously talking about the ongoing war with Russia in Ukraine, and also talking about those F-16 fighter planes that he should be getting at some point. Pretty interesting stuff. That, of course, is a big pivot, a big switch up from President Biden's other position he held beforehand, that they didn't need them, but now it appears that is all go. And I think when he talks about this, President Zelenskyy, he says that they're going to come from a number of different countries, not just one country in particular, which is an interesting development. I had not heard that yet. But what I'll do is we'll bring this audio up and listen in, raw and unfiltered.
Which has been restored after the
awful ruinations and destroyed objects. We really are compassionate to Ukrainian nation. We hope that the war will be over as soon as possible and peace will come back to Ukraine. I am as a representative of 1,200,000 of the residents of Hiroshima would like to express our support to Ukraine, to the Ukrainians, and our hopes and prayers for the peace which would come back to Ukraine as soon as possible. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for the words of support. Thank you so much. Dear presentees, dear Japanese people, everyone in the world who values peace. I come here from a country where war could have left only a shadow on the stones of history. But heroic people are turning history around so that we can make war itself become a shadow. I believe that war has no place in the world. Humanity has come a very long way and lost many lives in bloody confrontations. Death fell from the skies, came from the sea. Radiation brought death, people brought death to each other. Some say that human history cannot be imagined without the war. We say that the history of mankind should be without war. Ukraine is in the midst of a war of destruction. Invaders have come to our land, and they want not only to conquer us, Ukrainians. Russia is lying to the world that there are no Ukrainians. If we were not so brave, the Russian genocide against us could have succeeded. The shadow would be of Ukraine, and from the whole nation, just a shadow. But Ukrainians are infinitely brave, infinitely freedom-loving, and we will live freely. Although the enemy is using non-nuclear weapons, the ruins of our cities, which have been burned to the ground by Russian bombs and artillery, are similar to what I've just seen here, which was an honor for me to be in this Museum of Peace. Thank you so much that you gave me such an opportunity. Your people, what I have seen, and what your people have unfortunately seen in their history, instead of the normal life of thousands and thousands of families, only ashes remain. Instead of cities, there is a scorched wasteland. Instead of houses, only rubble. And now, Hiroshima is a rebuilt city, and we dream of rebuilding all our cities that are now in ruins, and every village where not a single house is left intact after Russian strikes. We dream of returning our territories, just as we have regained our northern territories which were occupied by Russia. We must regain our eastern and southern territories of Ukraine. We dream of people who are now in Russian captivity. These are prisoners of war and civilians, deported adults, and also abducted children. We dream of winning. We dream of peace after our victory. But for this to happen, not only this has to lose. The ambition of the war itself has to lose. And this is what is important for everyone in the world. I'm here in Hiroshima, so the world can hear the Ukrainian call for unity from here. Russia has trampled on everything that is civilized. It has been occupying our largest nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe, for over a year now. Russia is the only terrorist state in the world that has fired tanks at a nuclear power plant. No one else has ever used a nuclear power plant as a training ground for weapons and shells. Russia is hiding behind a nuclear power plant to fire rocket artillery at our cities. If anyone in the world is still able to ignore Russia's other war crimes, its crime against humanity should definitely prompt action by everyone. This is from us, Ukraine, which had to endure the radiation disaster of Chernobyl in 1986. Until now, part of our land is a closed zone, a zone of exclusion. Imagine, it was through this zone that the Russian troops conducted their offensive. They dug trenches right in the forests where they had buried radiation-contaminated materials back in Soviet times. If the level of evil and stupidity in Russia's action is left unchecked, the world will inevitably become a wreck. It is only a matter of time before other criminals in public office want to wage similar wars. If Russia is allowed to keep even a sliver of the territory it occupies, international law will never again apply. Ukraine has proposed a peace formula. It is honest and realistic. Its first point is radiation and nuclear safety. Russia must stop blackmailing the world with radiation and nuclear weapons and hand over the nuclear power plant it is currently occupying to the full control of Ukraine and the IAEA. In total, it has 10 points, and the meaning of each of them is confirmed by UN resolutions. It contains everything that will work to end Russia's war against our country, but the power of the Ukrainian peace formula is that by stopping Russia's aggressive ambitions and restoring the security that Russia has violated, we will give the world one additional result. We will paralyze other potential aggressors. When everyone who wants war sees how united and determined the world is when it wants peace, there will be no point in even starting a war. So far, the world has not had a formula that could stop aggression. Ukraine offers it. Ukraine offers the world salvation from war. To do this, we need to unite and make Russia the last aggressor. After the defeat of its invasion of Ukraine, only peace will reign. We, the people, have different cultures, different views.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in to Ukrainian President Zelenskyy. This is remarks he made at the G7 summit as things wrapped up yesterday in Hiroshima, Japan. He's talking about a number of different topics, but of course that war ongoing in Ukraine against Russia. But right now we've actually got a live event happening I want to switch to. Let's go ahead and pull that feed up there. So Ukrainian Ambassador Oksana Markarova, I believe that's how you pronounce that, delivers the commencement speech at Boston College. Her visit comes as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy has made several recent foreign trips to shore up diplomatic support for the country. So this happening at Boston College there. So let's go ahead and bring up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Let these graduates know that they are loved, that you love them, merciful Father, that their families and friends love them, that their teachers and mentors love them, that Boston College loves them. As we begin these commencement exercises, we ask you to send forth your Spirit upon us, a spirit of love and truth, of wisdom and courage, to protect and bless us, to guide us, that as we look back to give you thanks for these graduates and all you have given them, we may also look forward and turn our hearts and minds to knowing your will and following it. Give these graduates generous hearts of love and service and inspire them to make a fitting return for all the blessings you have bestowed on them. May they be men and women for others and go forth as graduates of Boston College to set the world on fire, to love and serve you in all things, to build a world of truth and justice for your greater glory and the good of many souls. We ask this in the name of Jesus, our Lord. Amen.
Please be seated. William P. Leahy of the Society of Jesus, President of Boston College, will now offer his welcoming remarks.
Mr. Fish, Boston College trustees and trustee associates, Cardinal O'Malley, honored guests, particularly Ambassador Markarova, our speaker today, and representative of the valiant people of Ukraine, and our other distinguished honorary degree recipients who provide such powerful example in their lives, members of the Boston College faculty and staff, parents, guests, and friends, and especially the 2023 graduates of Boston College. On behalf of the entire university community, I welcome all here this morning in Alumni Stadium and those participating via webcast to the 147th commencement exercises of Boston College. Commencements bring forth memories, feelings of gratitude, and thoughts about the future. Boston College is especially grateful for the many contributions of today's graduates to our campus community and for all they accomplished during their time at the Heights. Boston College is a better place because of their energy, creativity, perseverance, and generosity. This commencement also reminds us about the love, support, and challenge those graduating today receive from parents, spouses, family, and friends. These individuals deserve appreciation and recognition this morning. And so I invite family and friends of our graduates and all of us here to thank them and invite them to stand so that we can thank all of them for their great contributions and also offer a prayer of gratitude for their impact. So if I could ask the families and friends of our graduates to stand so that the rest of us can offer a round of applause. It is also appropriate that this morning we offer thanks for Boston College faculty and staff. They helped our graduates develop their intellectual gifts and personal talents, become better, more compassionate human beings, and consider how they can and should respond to critical challenges of our times. And finally, today, we remember the generous gifts of time, advice, and financial resources from Boston College alumni, friends, benefactors, individuals who made it possible for many to graduate today. Our ceremony also encourages all of us to recall and give thanks for particular people, special moments, and gifts received, of friendships, experiences, and conversations that were life-giving and affirming. In addition, this commencement is a time for us to consider how we can and must respond to current and future issues, not solely as individuals, but also as members of a global community. Our world today desperately needs people of intelligence, faith, and commitment to work for the good of society, to help root out racial, social, and economic inequality, and to strive to bring an end to poverty, illiteracy, and prejudice. Today, we are especially mindful of the war in Ukraine, the thousands of soldiers and civilians on both sides killed in it, and the devastation it has caused to millions of people. You Boston College graduates of 2023 are more needed now than ever. You have benefited from many gifts and now are called to use your gifts and talents for the good of others, to help make our world more just and more at peace. The Jesuit Catholic heritage of Boston College stresses the importance of giving as a gift what has been received as a gift, and urges that Boston College graduates live lives marked by integrity, conviction, engagement, and generosity of spirit. To do that, may all of you and the rest present at this commencement ceremony remember and be heartened by the words of the prophet Isaiah, that those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar as with eagle's wings. They will run and not grow weary, walk and not grow faint. And may God continue to bless you, members of the Boston College class of 2023, your families and friends, and all here today. Thank you.
I will now read the Latin version of the degree. Curatores Collegii Bostoniensis, omnibus presentes litteras visuris, salutem in Domino, isce litteris nos, ad id muneris.
And I do want to interrupt here and switch gears as Governor Hochul of New York is making some remarks here on some plans for migrants. Let's go ahead and bring the audio up and listen in. This is live, raw, and unfiltered.
I want to thank him for his continual communication and working together and just rolling up our sleeves. Let's give another round of applause to our Mayor, Eric Adams. Thank you. We also have the Dean of the Congressional Delegation, Jerry Nadler, has joined us, a strong, important voice for us in Washington, D.C., joined by Congressman Dan Goldman. We are in your house. This is your district as well, and thank you for all you're doing for us and your focus on helping us solve problems. Kathy Wild, the president of the Partnership New York City. I want to tell you, whenever there's a crisis, you are there to roll up your sleeves with all of us and to bring the business community to bear and the influence that you have. So thank you, Kathy, for working on this issue with us as well. Dan Ridgey, I want to thank you. Andrew, I'm sorry, Andrew. We've seen each other at many, many events, but when you harness the power of the restaurants and the hotels and all the employers, there's a great story you're going to hear unfold here today about great possibilities, great opportunities that thus far have been overlooked, and we're looking to capitalize on them today and put a lot more people to work in your facilities as well. We are so fortunate to have the leader of the New York State AFL-CIO, again, bringing labor to the issue as well, and I want to thank Mario Salento for his support for us as well. And you're going to hear from Javier Rada, an asylum seeker who traveled a great distance, who came with his little child from Venezuela and literally arrived here just a few weeks ago. He is going to tell you about the experience of being one of those individuals who found their way to our great city and our great state. So you'll be hearing from him momentarily. Thank you, Javier. Thank you. Union Square Hospitality Group, this is extraordinary. And I want to thank you again, Danny, for hosting us here. And you think about some of the greatest establishments we have in the city. They have Danny's name associated with them. But one of the barriers holding back even more success is the challenge of finding workers. Danny and I had this conversation literally just a couple days ago, and this is going to affect the future and the viability of our restaurants when people, and I'm hearing not just in the city, but all over the state, only being able to have shorter hours, reducing the days they're open, having only serve half of a dining room instead of the whole dining room because there are not enough workers here in the state of New York. And so this is an issue that's affecting our economy. It's not just individuals, it's affecting us with this historic labor shortage. But at the same time, we have a historic labor shortage. We also have this unprecedented influx of individuals arriving in New York, all of them legally seeking asylum. They're eager to work. They want to work. They came here in search of work and a new future, and they can become part of our economy and part of our communities. And people are ready to start training them right in facilities like we have here today. So today we are joined, all these leaders and all of you, in a common goal. That is to get them situated, these asylum seekers situated, get them shelter, get them food, get them legal services, and then help them get to work. And so these are yet challenges, but what a great opportunity for us here in New York. And I have to say, over the last many, many months, a year ago, longer than a year ago, the mayor and his team have been asked to do the impossible, but he rose up. He put so much muscle behind the effort to find homes for these individuals any way he could, leaving no stone unturned. And he recognized, now that we have over 70,000 people fleeing difficult, terrifying circumstances, whether it's an oppressive regime in Venezuela, economic circumstances, great poverty, oppression, gang violence, decades of this have forced people who otherwise would be just as comfortable living at home in their own communities to have to flee those circumstances. And so, Mayor, I want to thank you again on behalf of the people of this state for the way you just stood up to this challenge, didn't run away, didn't shirk it, and said, let's figure this out. And that is the kind of leadership that is so critically important. That is why your partnership on this is so important. And you recognize these are individuals who deserve compassion and dignity. And I'm talking about Javier, who just crossed the border from Texas 3 weeks ago with his 1-year-old and a 6-month-old child. How terrifying could that have been? How terrifying, not knowing when you're traveling with an infant what the next day is going to bring. Will there be people on the road who want to do you harm? Will there be enough food and water the next day? Imagine the terror of what he went through, but he was unrelenting in his pursuit of giving his little daughter a better life. It's an extraordinary story, and now he's applying for asylum to be part of the New York family. And New York has been working so hard to provide individuals like this what they need. New York City is the #1 destination for asylum seekers who have been released from federal custody, who are awaiting their next steps in the process. Now, we know why. New York is an incredible place to live, but it also has conferred a lot of responsibility. And the fact that right now there are over 42,000 people sheltered, safely sheltered in this city, shows the effectiveness of the mayor's operation, but also the compassion of the people here in New York. Because this is a humanitarian crisis, not created by this city, not created by this state, but it doesn't matter. Blaming doesn't help. We're in executive positions where you have to just manage, and that's what we have to do. But we've helped. I want to thank my partners in state government, Andrea Stewart-Cousins, the leader of the Senate, Carl Heastie, our speaker, the entire legislature, for seeing that more resources would be needed. And that's why just a few weeks ago we passed $1 billion in our budget to provide for supportive services, housing, and legal services. And I've committed to the mayor, I'm sure that's not the end of it, we'll just leave it at that right now, but we're going to make sure you have what you need, Mayor. We're going to make sure you have what you need because we are committed to getting this right. And we'll continue to work closely with you. Right now we have members of my senior team literally embedded working shoulder to shoulder to deal with finding space, just emergency shelters wherever we can find it. We have over 1,500 National Guard members. What are they doing? Building cribs, running out for food, making you feel secure, helping people apply for their asylum status, becoming a friend to people. And I want to thank our National Guard. This is a hurricane of sorts, and they've been out there for many, many months. And I want to thank them for what they're doing. And we are identifying additional shelters. The city is overflowing. The mayor has used every ounce of creativity with him and his team to find space, and we are asking for more space. We're looking at hangars at JFK. We've asked for Floyd Bennett Field to stand up a major operation. We have other facilities we've been talking about. We'll be announcing more on that briefly. But we need all levels of government to respond to this. We truly, truly do. And I've been working with our partners in Washington since last summer with the mayor.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to New York Governor Hochul there and Mayor Eric Adams will be speaking at some point. They're discussing migrant issues there in the New York City area. Obviously a hot topic there. We did hear from Briella Tomasetti of Fox 5 New York earlier on some issues trying to find housing for migrants in that neck of the woods. We'll dip back into this in just a moment. I do want to take our first break of the hour. Let's get that out of the way. We'll come back and listen into this again, as I said, live, raw, and unfiltered. Stay with us. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's listen back into this live, raw, and unfiltered. This is New York Governor Kathy Hochul and Mayor Eric Adams will be speaking momentarily, talking about migrant issues there in the New York City area. Let's bring up that audio and listen in.
In a few months, the crops. We have more than 5,000 food service jobs right now. I'm a former waitress. I made pizzas, chicken wings, waited tables, cleaned floors, did pots and pans. Doesn't take a lot of skill. I was 15 years old. Those jobs are available. 4,000 openings for janitors, cleaners, and housekeepers. As I mentioned, the jobs for farm workers as well. So we're grateful that the Biden administration has instituted a new border process, starting with the suspension of Title 42 on May 11th. We all know that date well. And that will allow asylum seekers from other countries to seek sponsorship and to apply from their home countries. And if they don't, they will be turned back. So that is a shift in policy which we hope will be successful and mitigate the flow of new arrivals here. But in the meantime, we know who we have. They've been coming in daily, and we have to deal with the number of individuals with us now, whether it stays 71,000 or it's up to 80. We don't know what's going to happen, but we have to deal with it. And also, one thing we're doing is having our Department of Agriculture and Markets connect with Cornell University and finding people who do have work authorization, because some people have applied successfully. They're already able to work on our farms, but that doesn't help the problems we have right now. So again, this is an ask. We're asking again. We're pleading, saying this is a great opportunity here in the state of New York to solve two problems: how to help these people get on their feet and support their families. And my God, who in this city has not come from somewhere else, their family? And I took note of the Statue of Liberty in Ellis Island as I came here this morning. A reminder of my teenage grandparents who fled great poverty in Ireland over a century ago. Grandpa found a job working at a wheat field in South Dakota as a migrant farm worker. Then they were domestic servants in the city of Chicago until they found jobs as union workers making steel in Buffalo. Their children, 8 children packed into a tiny house, became business leaders, school superintendents, educators, and a granddaughter even became a governor. That's what happens in one generation. In one generation, people's lives are transformed, they're changed. That is the story of New York. And let us have the power to give that same right, that same opportunity to people to say, yes, you're part of our family. We welcome you. And you're going to help us get through a crisis. The shortage of workers, we can solve for it. And that is the great opportunity we have before us today. And no one knows that better than our mayor. And we are working so closely together. And I also want to say to parts of our country and our state who are enacting bigoted policies based on fear and intimidation, join us. Join us. Let people know the true story of what New York is. It was not putting out those signs, even though Grandpa saw Irish need not apply. Eventually, those signs came down, and people were welcoming. And everything about this state and this country changed as a result. So we're going to give people jobs, give them opportunities. We just need a little bit of help. And that's what today is all about. Mayor, thank you. Thank you for being the leader when the city needed you most. Our great mayor, Mayor Eric Adams.
I really want to thank our governor. She was in City Hall one day last week. She came by to sit down and speak with me about this crisis. I think, Governor, the first time a governor was in City Hall, seeing a mayor in a long time. And to have you there showed me how you understood firsthand how this crisis, probably one of the greatest humanitarian crises that has hit our city a long time. But I join with you in saying in crises there's opportunities. And you have really led from the front. You have allowed your team to come in and be part of our administration as my team leaders organize and move the number of people, resources, and places to execute this plan. And, you know, there are two moments in life, as I say to our friends in the media. There is a I gotcha moment, and there is I got you moment. And some of the things we are seeing is really working against the people of this city. We received last week over 5,800 asylum seekers. While we are speaking with Washington and others to report that we are not having a crisis of this proportion is just counterproductive. It is hurting our fight. And we are all in this city together. It doesn't matter if you are a messenger or a reporter. This is our city. And we should be clear on this moment that this challenge is of epic proportion. And some of the reporting that is indicating we are not dealing with a crisis is hurting what we are attempting to accomplish. I am pleading with you that we should have a level of accuracy in what is happening during this particular period of time. Some of the reporting is not reflecting that, and it is unfair to the people of this city. 5,800 people came to our city last week. Those are factual numbers. They're not made up numbers. And we are seeing the week before 4,200. Just in one location alone, we had over 800. Not only by buses, through the airports, through cars, through every mode of transportation. And our administration has accurately reported the information to the best of our ability to partner with the governor's office to monitor and to address this crisis. And to my congressional delegation, Congressman Nadler and Congressman Ryan, who are both here. Congressman Nadler, from the beginning of this crisis and our visits with him in Washington, being the dean of our congressional delegation, I cannot say thank you enough for really pushing to get the resources here with our minority leader in Congress and our senior senator, Senator Schumer, who, with his coordination, we were able to get $800 million in the omnibus bill. It's unfortunate, out of the $350 million, New York City only received $30 million. And those bordering states received, in some cases, more than what we did, and they're using the money to bus individuals to New York City.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, this is an event happening right now. This is live. New York Governor Kathy Hochul and Mayor Eric Adams, he's the one speaking right now. They're making some remarks on migrant issues there in the New York City area. You also see on your screen a couple boxes there. We have Tim Scott, who's Senator Tim Scott. He should be having some kind of a campaign event there. Looks like a lot of folks showed up for that. And below that, you see that continuing coverage here of that AX-2 Dragon capsule that docked with the International Space Station. Let's go ahead and take that second commercial break. We'll be right back. We'll get back into this New York press conference here, but stay with us. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's bring up this audio on this press conference happening right now. This is live in New York City, or somewhere in that neck of the woods, really. We do know it is New York. Governor Hochul and Mayor Eric Adams speaking on migrant issues. Let's go ahead and bring up that audio and listen in.
It is one of the major goals we must accomplish. And so today, we stand with our business leaders. We cannot thank them enough for what they are saying as they realize this problem is all of our problems. Kathy Weil and the partnership and others are stepping up and saying we are ready to hire if we are given the authorization to do so. We have one message: let them work. That is our clear message that we're sending. We must expedite work authorization for asylum seekers, not in the future, but now. In New York City, throughout our state and across the country, we have thousands of unfilled jobs, including jobs right here in Industry City in Brooklyn. And as the governor indicated, across the board, backstretch workers in our racing industry, agriculture, food service, home care, transportation, and manufacturing fields all need labor. And the lady in the harbor right behind us reminds us every day who we are as a city and as a nation, a place of hope and opportunity where people can get a job and do their part of pursuing and building on the American dream. And that's what I hear over and over again. They want to work, and they continue to ask the questions. The question they ask in El Paso, the question they're asking in Brownsville, Chicago, Los Angeles, Houston, Washington, and New York City. They're asking, can we work? Can we work? That is the precursor to sleep that allows you to experience the American dream. Without it, it turns it into a nightmare. And it would take us the action to fulfill this dream. We can do this by direct action by the executive branch of the federal government. Without legislation, we can get this done. Republicans, as we know, have blocked all attempts at fixing our broken immigration system, intentionally causing chaos and dysfunction. We cannot believe all of a sudden that's going to change with a Republican-controlled Congress. If we don't get it done through a presidential action, we are going to slow down the progress we need. So we're calling on the White House, the United States Department of Homeland Security, to ensure our newest Americans can work lawfully and build stable lives for themselves and our countries. Our leaders in Washington must redesignate and extend temporary protective status, also known as TPS, and we want to be included those from Venezuela, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, Sudan, South Sudan, Cameroon, and other nations. Given the continuing worsening humanitarian crisis in those countries, they are going to pursue the stability that our country has to offer. The federal government must also expand and extend access to humanitarian parole for asylum seekers already in the United States and processed at the border, as well as increase the number of United States citizens and immigration officers to have the opportunity, but not have access to the opportunity because of the lack of personnel is defeating the entire purpose. What we see happening on our border is not new. It's a logical and human response to hunger, violence, and political instability in other countries. In an ideal situation, all Americans will do their part. And I want to thank New Yorkers who have stepped up, volunteered, participated, and have done their part on so many levels. Instead of putting the responsibility squarely on the cities in general and specifically in New York City, we must have the responsibility for care to have the national decompression strategy that is deserved of this crisis we are facing. We must help our fellow arrivals to be a participant in the American dreams. And I have described New York City as a city of yes so often. But that spirit of innovation and inclusiveness is foundational to this entire nation. America is a country of yes, not only New York City. Yes to immigrants, yes to new housing, jobs, and opportunities, yes to the can-do spirit that built our great nation. These asylum seekers came here looking for the American dream, a chance to work and build successful lives. Let's give them a fighting chance at making this dream a reality. And that fighting chance comes with our business community. And we cannot thank them enough for what they have done, as I indicated and as the governor alluded to. And leading that challenge on so many fronts is my good friend and a great New Yorker, Kathy Wow from the partnership. Kathy.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to New York Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams speaking about migrant issues there. But we did hear just a bit ago from House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, fielded some questions, made some comments about the debt ceiling negotiations that'll be going on today. So I do want to play that for you. Let's take a listen. And it looks like we're having a little issue with the audio on that, but I would like to be able to play that at some point for you. I'm sure we'll get it on air as we work on that. But we did hear from, as you see right there, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy talking about some of those debt ceiling negotiations. We'll work on that audio and see if we can go ahead and fix that. But let's take our third commercial break, get that out of the way. We'll come back and get into the top news of the day. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We've still got this live event happening. We'll dip into this live, raw, and unfiltered here. Let's go ahead and bring the audio up and listen in to officials discussing that ongoing migrant issue in New York, trying to find housing and a number of different topics. Earlier we heard from Governor Kathy Hochul, and then also Mayor Eric Adams spoke at this. Somebody else appears to have taken the podium. Let's bring that audio up and listen in.
United as it could possibly be, wanting to help solve this problem. During COVID, which brought our industry to its knees because we were not permitted to do what we do, we couldn't welcome people into our restaurants. What could we do? We banded together as a community to help each other. 26,000 restaurants in New York City, probably 500,000 restaurants in America, banded together and said, how can we help each other? Well, we have learned to work together, and I will tell you right now that this industry wants to provide a solution to this crisis. And when we do provide that solution, it's going to help the economy, and it's going to be the right thing to do. Here's what we commit to. We commit to providing job training for people who want to work. As a community, as a business, our whole industry wants to do this right now. Number two, when we train people, and I will tell you that many of the jobs that are open today do not take more than 5 to 6 weeks of training for someone who, as I said, has a heart for hospitality and a good work ethic. In 5 to 6 weeks of training, which we will commit to helping with in facilities all over the state, all over the city, we will then commit to hiring people. And I'll take it a step further. If we could play a role in actually having somebody on their path to legal asylum who proves that they want to be a great citizen because they were a great worker, we will participate in that program as well. So the last thing I want to say is that yesterday, as luck would have it, I was on a chat at a fireside chat at the National Restaurant Association show in Chicago, which is the biggest gathering of the hospitality industry in our country. It happens every year in May. And on the stage with me was the president and CEO of the NRA, the other NRA, the National Restaurant Association, Michelle Korsma. And I took the opportunity during one of her questions to do what I've learned so well from some of the great politicians in this room, and I answered her question with the answer I wanted to give. And I started talking about this crisis and this opportunity. 4,000 people in the audience. When I brought this up, 4,000 members of the hospitality industry rose up with a standing ovation. And then the president and CEO of the National Restaurant Association said, let us know what we can do to help. So we are unified. Look who's in this room right now. We have the greatest delegation we could possibly have. We're committed, and we want to be any kind of help we can. Now it's my great pleasure to introduce you to somebody who took a leadership role and has taken a leadership role well before COVID, but certainly I would say the degree to which the New York City restaurant community got back on its feet is because of the leadership of Andrew Ridgey, who's the executive director of the New York City Hospitality Alliance. Andrew.
Thank you, Danny. Governor, Mayor, all the leaders here, thank you. You know, we always hear it. New York City is a melting pot for people from around the world. And nowhere is that better reflected than in our city and our state's restaurants. The cultures, the backgrounds, the flavor, the cuisine, people all around the world make it world-renowned. You know, we've always provided opportunities to immigrants, people that are seeking better lives, including my great-grandparents that escaped persecution, came here to New York City. A lot of hard work, and at opening bakeries, cafes, right here in Brooklyn, then in Queens. We know immigrants are the backbone of the hospitality industry. They're essential to the fabric of our communities, but also vital not just to the local, but also the national economy. That's why this issue is personal to me and for I know millions of other people. Now today, like Danny said, I represent the city's hospitality industry, the restaurant industry right here in New York. And every single day, I hear from restaurateurs in neighborhoods throughout the 5 boroughs. They are struggling to find the people they need to run their restaurants. It makes it tougher for everyone. They can't find people. They want to fill their job openings. Being short-staffed hurts their businesses, and it also hurts the consumer experience. But to address the staffing shortage, what restaurateurs say, they need to be able to provide lawful work to the recently arrived migrants that are seeking asylum. So they can fill those job openings, they can run their restaurants, they can stimulate our economy, but also so these folks can support themselves and support their families and not have to rely on government. But to allow this, we need the federal government to act now. We need them because we cannot wait any longer. While they debate, people want to work. Our restaurateurs want to provide those work opportunities. And as the governor and the mayor said, New York has stepped up in a tremendous way. Enormous responsibility, caring for these folks, caring for their family. Now it is time for the federal government to step up and authorize these local businesses to be able to hire the asylum seekers. We do have really big challenges on our hands, but by delaying and slowing down work authorization for thousands of people that are already here in America, it only serves to exacerbate those challenges that exist. But there's an easy solution to address one of these challenges. Authorize work authorization quickly. We need it now. It's time to permit it. So we're urging the Biden administration, Congress, all the folks, rise above whatever the politics are and let's unite.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're listening to officials in New York talk about the ongoing migrant issues in that neck of the woods. We heard from Kathy Hochul, the governor there of New York, and Mayor Eric Adams. Both spoke before this gentleman you see on your screen right now. I do want to take our last commercial break of the hour. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more to get into. We'll actually switch things over to our Phoenix team. Michael Pay should be taking things over from here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just 2 minutes.
And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to watch with us here. You can see the Dow down about 138 points there in the red. We'll continue to follow it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for being here with us on this Monday edition of Live Now from Fox. We have a lot to get to here today, so we are going to be showing you coming up here in just moments. We will be taking you out to the Senator Tim Scott event, a big one for him. The Republican senator will be putting his name in the ring there for President of the United States announcing his presidential campaign here coming up in just moments. Of course, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as it gets going here. And coming up in just a little bit as well, we'll take you out to Philadelphia, where we are listening for the first time since her big win. This is the Democratic nominee for mayor of Philadelphia making remarks here, so we will listen to her a little bit later on Live Now from Fox as well. And of course, we are monitoring everything coming out of New York as New York officials addressing the migrant issue. We will be bringing that to you here in just a little bit. I'm Live Now from Fox, but I do want to go to one of our top stories here of the day soon. The Idaho college murder suspect Bryan Kohberger will be in court for his arraignment here. So here is what to expect. The 28-year-old criminology buff accused of ambushing sleeping college students with a large knife in November is expected to be arraigned today on murder and other charges. And if he finally enters a plea, it would trigger a countdown, giving prosecutors 2 months to officially announce that they are seeking the death penalty in connection with the ambush of murders of those 4 individuals. Upon entry of the plea, the most morbid of all clocks starts ticking. The prosecuting attorney has 60 days to file in writing a notice of intent to seek the death penalty. There are several potential outcomes, although experts say surprises are always possible. So here's the possible scenarios that will happen in court in just moments. He'll likely plead not guilty or not enter a plea at all. A guilty plea would be highly unlikely, given Kohberger's defense team just added the high-powered Elisa Mazeth, according to news sources. Mazeth once attended the same college as the 4 victims, is certified to defend death penalty cases, and boasts of being one of the top criminal defense lawyers in Idaho. One of her previous cases includes the overturning of a conviction for a man accused of attempted murder and kidnapping. The case appeared on America's Most Wanted and has received 4 consecutive life sentences plus 50 years, according to the National Registry of Exonerations. If the entry of a plea is postponed, he would likely be due back in court a couple of weeks there. So we will monitor all of that for you. One of the big top stories that we are following here for you, though, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. And what we will do now is take you out live here to New York City, where the event there for migrants that continue to come by the busload from Texas and other states now going on right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's continue to listen right here.
Realmente cada día se enfrentan a miles de migrantes que llegamos aquí buscando un mejor futuro y realmente nos reciben con los brazos abiertos y de verdad que hay que agradecerles a todos. De verdad que muchas gracias.
Thank you so much for helping us with open arms for all those who are arriving here in New York City recently.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated while the governor and the mayor take questions from the media.
Just want to quickly mention that Ebert is a member of NICE, which is one of 12 asylum seeker support centers that, thanks to Mayor Adams, we had set up across the 5 boroughs to support newly arrived immigrants. And much like I came with my family as a 5-year-old, Ebert just crossed the border with 2 young daughters. I believe, ¿cuántos años tiene? No, sus niñas. No, la edad. 1 year and 11-month-old. So he came here for opportunity, and he shared with me that he was very nervous, but wanted to speak on behalf of his daughters so they can have a future like I had one here myself.
Hi, Bernadette. Long time no see. We miss you in Albany.
Missed you too. So I was wondering, when you're talking about judges and not having enough judges in the state of New York, where are you saying that you want them to be sent up from? And then also separately, your request to use the Floyd Bennett field. What's the holdup in that, and who have you been talking to in the federal government about that request?
Well, the request went in last Friday. I've had conversations with the number of people at the White House, Secretary Mayorkas, as recently as 2 days ago, and they are processing the request. It involves, it's a former military field, but it is now operated by the National Park Service. So, we're waiting for an answer back on that fairly soon. I also asked them to survey all federal properties, not just that one field, but tell us what else you have in the state of New York to help us literally find temporary shelter. So that is what we're working on. And your first question, judges. Judges can come from all over. Judges can actually do remote work. This is what happened during the pandemic. There are judges, immigration judges in Buffalo who've been deployed to the border, so there is mobility among immigration judges, and we're calling upon those who, as the border starts to slow down, if that's what's happening, then there should be an excess of judges. Send them to New York or other immigration judges from other states that are not having to bear the same burden. So we think that that's very doable. Send the support staff. If they don't come in person, see if we can do a mechanism for remote hearings. Do it on Zoom.
I wonder if I have a two-part question. The first question is this. You talked about the fact that you were disappointed by some of the resistance that you've experienced in counties around the state. I know that Erie County has stepped up, your home county, but what are you saying to the county executives about your disappointment, and how are you getting them to decide to accept immigrants to come to their places? And then I have a second question.
Well, I have another call with the counties this afternoon, and I look forward to sharing with them my sentiment that based on what I saw here this morning, any rejection of migrants coming is also hurting their employers. And in rural areas, it's hurting their farmers. It's hurting their small businesses. It's hurting their main streets. So I just want to help enlighten them that I understand hesitation of the unknown, but these individuals are coming with full financial support backing them, so there's not a burden financially on the local communities. I'm not sure that's understood by everybody, so I'll clarify that again. But also, they all represent a lot of people who are employers. And if everybody stays in New York City, that's great for New York City because the economy will just be on fire once everybody has that work authorization, is trained, and can take the 1,000 jobs here. But there are great opportunities in these communities all over the state of New York. So I'm going to continue the education process. And I am grateful to people like Mark Polenkars and others who understand that the population of Buffalo went up because of refugees going to Buffalo over the last few decades. That is a way we can stem population loss, build the economy, and build for the next generation.
Governor, my follow-up question is this. What is the resistance in Washington to doing this? You seem to indicate that the president could do it by signing an executive order. Why won't this happen?
There are different views on how it can happen. There's some argument that it has to happen with an action of Congress. And a lot of this is driven by the 1986 Immigration Reform and Control Act, which has employer sanctions and has a process for asylum seekers and legal work status. We're simply saying, I understand that is what is written on the books, but we need your help to adapt to a circumstance which has reached a crisis situation. So we're working with the White House. We've not received a flat no. I want to continue working with them and helping them understand, as you heard here today, the great opportunity to change the whole narrative around these individuals and create a whole welcoming sense around them, not just here in the city, but across the country. This could be a game changer for other communities that are resistant right now. When they have a steady work supply coming with them, it all changes.
Yeah, for the governor first and then Mayor Adams. Governor, how are you coordinating with the mayor to get migrants to other parts of the city? Is there now a coordinated plan? And then for the mayor and perhaps you, have you reached out to the Catholic dioceses around New York State because schools are closing and there are empty available buildings?
We have been doing surveys all across the state, particularly state-owned properties and schools. There's some schools that have empty dorms. There are some schools that are not reopening. There are former correctional facilities, which are not ideal, but that is space if we can change the environment. There's former psychiatric centers. There are facilities we can use large parking lots. So my team has been embedded with the mayor's team. We have an emergency operations team stood up. I have an 8 a.m. call every morning with them and an evening call. I convene my entire cabinet in our emergency operations center in Albany, saying, survey your properties. Is there a barn that is housing salt right now we can clear out? Is there a facility, a warehouse that has DMV license plates? So I'm pushing everybody, saying if the alternative is sleeping on the streets of New York, we can find space for these people. So we have been embedded, talking about logistics, also trying to give an early warning to communities where individuals are coming next and try to take down the temperature sometimes. So I think that's been successful. But the mayor's team has been extraordinary in what they've had to do. And we're really pleased that we could bring not just financial resources, but know-how in dealing with crises. We are very experienced in crisis management, as is the mayor's team. You bring the two together, you have all the brain power you need in the same room. Mayor, do you want to address?
Yeah, we did communicate with Cardinal Dolan, and I just really want to thank him. He did an analysis of the schools that were closed, and we're in good conversation. Catholic Charities, they have been extremely supportive, and we're hoping that we could line up some of the properties that are available. My chief of staff has been doing an analysis of all of the properties that we have that's available in the city. We really, at this point, cannot leave anything on the table. But we need to be clear on this also. This is not sustainable.
All right, Mayor Adams, as well as the New York Governor Kathy Hochul, talking about migrants in the state there and, of course, the city of New York. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to be here with us. So the latest update that we have now from the White House is that President Biden will be meeting with Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy at 5:30 Eastern. Of course, this is all on the debt ceiling negotiations that continue. If you remember, on Friday, they were stalled going into the weekend there as both parties trying to come to terms here with some sort of negotiations so the U.S. does not default. Now the latest projections are the U.S. could default on June 8th or June 9th, and that would be a real catastrophe for so many across this country here. Let's listen, though, to Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy just moments ago speaking on where negotiations are at this hour.
Stronger and curve inflation.
When do you need a deal by? You had one by this weekend. You need one today?
Look, back in February 1st, I wanted to be able to do a deal, our negotiation and agreement just months ago, so we were never near the deadline. Remember, when the Republicans took action on this problem to find a solution, Janet Yellen said the problem was well into the summer, and we passed it in April. The Democrats and the president refusing to even negotiate. No household would run this way. No business would run this way. That is why we go from crisis to crisis to crisis. Managing a crisis in the last deadline is the worst way to handle this. That's why Republicans took action. I sat with him on February 1st. For 97 days, he said he would not leave.
You said you wanted one.
I looked at why this weekend was the time period that it takes to write a bill when you come to an agreement. The 72 hours, it has to sit out there so everybody can see it, pass the House, and then go to the Senate. And I don't know. So I always gave like a week with the Senate.
Are you worried about the political fallout where the country defaults?
Well, I'd be really, that's why we took action all the way back in April, that we lifted the debt ceiling. So I don't worry about a default because the Senate could always take up our bill to make sure there is not a default.
Do you worry about do you worry about a downgrade even if there isn't a default?
Well, I worried about that. That's why I sat with the president on February 1st. I'm concerned that he never worried about that. To ignore even talking to individuals for 97 days.
Are these problems bridgeable? Do you think? Sorry.
That's where we stand right now. So we will see what this meeting comes out with. 5:30 Eastern. We'll be bringing that to your attention right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to take my first break here of this hour. 74 points down in the red. We will continue to monitor. Coming back after this break, taking you out soon. Senator Tim Scott announcing a presidential run to become the Republican nominee. We will see. Coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. Going to take you out soon where Senator Tim Scott, Republican, will be putting his name into the ring there for President of the United States. We are going to listen to this campaign event here as we wait for more live feeds from across the country. And of course, breaking news happens. We'll break right in for you and give you those latest updates. But we appreciate everyone continuing to be here worldwide as we will soon be listening to Senator Tim Scott here. It looks like they're going to have a little brief pause there before we see the senators. So what we'll do here is go out right now to Philadelphia. And this is where we are seeing for the first time since the big primary, the Democratic nominee for mayor speaking, Sherelle Parker, speaking at a news conference right now. Let's listen to this right here on Live Now from Fox.
I do have one thing to say, and that is together we did it. We did it together, and I'm excited about that. Our message has taken hold across the city, but most importantly in the neighborhoods and the communities who are closest to the pain of gun violence, neighborhood blight, struggling schools, and quite frankly, a lack of economic opportunity. Now, with our win, to me, these communities, they are now closest to the power. And the message is important because what we did was we ignited a belief that, and you would often hear me say on the campaign trail that I had the audacity to believe that Philadelphia can be the safest and cleanest big city in America, and that we can close the gap between the haves and have-nots, and that we can literally restore hope and pride back to our city again. So that's relative to the campaign. Now let me get to the health and the root canal. If you Google root canal in our area, it is pretty popular right now. Let me just give you a tad bit of history here. Back in February, I found out that I had a root canal from about 25 years ago that had actually fractured. And I want to just note that, and I have to say this for the record because my dentist, and you will never know who he is, but my dentist has said, this is not fair. You have to tell them that I advised you. So let me say this. My dentist recommended oral surgery immediately, told me that there was no way that I could save the tooth. And I said, I hear you, I respect you, I appreciate you, but there is no way that I can stop right now. In the midst of this campaign, we had multiple forums, we had multiple debates, and quite frankly, we were very focused on crisscrossing the city. And so I said, can you just help me get through right now? And that meant, you know, you had to take an antibiotic to ensure that no infection would actually build up in your body. Against his wishes, he said to me, yes, we have to do that anyway, but I could not wait until after the primary election. So it was actually, people have said, oh wow, that night she went and had a dental emergency. No, the surgery was not on election night. I had surgery the Friday before the election, and the tooth was literally removed. Now, in typical Sherelle Parker behavior, I left forgetting that I was still numb. And I was like, oh, I can do this. And I continued with the full schedule that evening. Some of you may have even seen me on the trail, but it became clear that I needed to get that surgery, and I did that on Friday. I talked about keeping a full schedule that Friday evening, and you will remember that weekend was GOTV weekend. How was I going to rest and be at home during GOTV weekend? We couldn't afford it, and we were able to get through it. I needed to campaign, and I did not give myself time to heal. I want to acknowledge that publicly. I did not. So by the time the polls closed on election night, everything literally caught up with me. And I had to stop, not because Sherelle Parker said stop, but because my body said, you will stop right now. And that's when I went. I checked myself in at the University of Pennsylvania hospital. It was there, unfortunately, while everyone was enjoying the excitement of the results coming in, I had some company, maybe not the company I wanted, but I can remember while I was in the ER, the doctor came in and he said, well, they seem to be having such a great time without you. Talking about the headquarters. He said, and you're here with me. I was released that early that morning, and I am nearly back at 100% right now. I have to go back. For those of you who've had dental work, you know you have to go back for follow-up, and so I will be taking care of that. The next thing I want to address is the meeting with our governor, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. For those of you who are familiar with me, you know that I have been a coalition builder and an organizer all of my life, and I know the power of delivering tangible results at all levels of government directly to the people of our great city. And I also know how important it is to have a strong relationship with our Harrisburg leaders. And so today, meeting with our chief executive here in the Commonwealth, it was no coincidence. It was very intentional that he be the first executive that I had the opportunity to sit down and talk with. Sherelle, what did you and the governor talk about? We talked about ways to find bipartisan support to fund some of our biggest initiatives that include public safety. I mentioned to the governor that, you know, God's will, and you all know I will not take my foot off the gas. We have a general election to get through in November, and we're going to be working hard to earn the vote of every Philadelphian to ensure that we can do so. But restoring our police department to its full complement, and that means using every tool that we can to make sure we get officers on the job. In addition, making sure that we have those 300 foot patrol and bike officers that you heard me talked about so much. Community policing being an essential part of our campaign. We also talked about one of my children, my baby, PHLTCB, which will be the tool that we attempt to use, not attempt, we will, to eliminate the Philadelphia moniker. That has had such a strong grip on our city, and we need to be, you know, picking up trash on sidewalks and on our streets, and we need to do that around the clock. So, and sanitation, when you think about sanitation workers and their pickup, that will have to increase dramatically in order for us to allow Philadelphians to see a culture of trash and you know, be changed in our city, and we're going to work to do that. The next thing that we talked about was economic opportunity, funding support for small businesses, raising the minimum wage, and using resources at an intergovernmental level. How do we access federal, state, and even local resources and leverage them all to ignite equity investments? Notice that you did not hear me talk about loans. If you talk to business owners, particularly in Black and brown communities, access to a loan is not what has prevented them from growing. It's been access to equity capital to give them the opportunity to grow. And finally, and the governor and I, and this has been the case, and you know, for those of you who don't know, he and I have worked together for many, many years, and his love for public education, my love for public education as a former English teacher, those shared values, they go back a long ways. And we talked about the Commonwealth Court decision. We talked about the potential resources that are needed to address the infrastructure challenges here in our city, particularly with the building of our schools. We talked about being innovative and creative with our scheduling for education and how we deliver public education in the city. And finally, there not being sort of an us versus them, you know, perspective as it relates to advocacy for public education in the city, but doing our best to make sure we're focused on quality seats with quality instruction in 21st century modern.
All right, everyone, you can see we do have Senator Tim Scott there now on the stage. We are going to it live right here on Live Now from Fox as the senator about to announce his run for president.
Woo! I would say you all look fantastic. What a great place to be. I will say without any question, I am so happy to be back in North Charleston, South Carolina. And I can't tell you how much I mean this in the depths of my heart. I'm so proud to be an American. I hope you are. Are you proud to be an American? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Oh, yeah. America is the greatest nation on God's green earth. And our greatness doesn't come from politicians. Doesn't come from the government. It comes from we the people. We the people. And I tell you, and when I think about the greatness of America, I have to start with my favorite American, my amazing mother. Where is my mama? I love you, Mom. It is hard to find your own mom in a crowd this big. And so diverse, too. Let me just say this real quick here to my mother. Thank you for your hard work and your dedication. Thank you for believing in me when no one else did. I'll tell you that before. Thank you. The longer you all shout, the longer it goes. So this is not too bad for me. I don't mind. This is good. I got to go back to Washington next week, so this is all the fun I get to have. But I will say without any question that when you think about, Mom, come up here for a second. When you think about the miracle of America, it always comes down to someone who loves unconditionally, who goes the extra mile, who's tough as nails, and who puts it all on the line. And for me, y'all be careful back there now. For me, it's my mom. Now, if you've heard my story, and most of you have heard my story, I'm going to tell it again anyways, by the way. So laugh when you're supposed. I can't believe my little buddy took my best line, by the way. It's amazing. But I will say this, Mom, I love you. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for standing strong in the middle of the fire. Y'all should thank her too. That's right. That's right. Amazing. I'll also say this, though, that when I was growing up in a single-parent household, there was a guy from the Citadel named John Moniz. John was the mentor I needed at the right time. I have had more mentors since then. Of course, I've got great mentors, and I thank God Almighty that He continues to provide me with really cool mentors. One of my mentors, Larry Ellison's with us today, and I am so thankful to have so many different mentors in the house. But I will say that there was a guy named John Moniz who mattered so much. And I think Janice is with us today somewhere. Janice is over here. Come here, Janice. So for those of you unaware of this, when I was a kid growing up and I was failing out of school, and my nephew just told a part of the story, it was Janice's husband then, John Moniz, who caught me at the right time, who helped me survive some really hard times. And for those of you who wonder if it's possible for a broken kid in a broken home to rise beyond their circumstances, the answer is yes. And for those of you who wonder if America is a racist country, take a look at how people come together. All of God's people come together. Black ones and white ones, and red ones and brown ones, working together. Because love, unconditional love, binds hearts together. We are not defined by the color of our skin. We are defined by the content of our character. And if anyone tells you anything different, they're a lion. I wanted to present both of you. Thank you, Jordan. Jordan is Janice's granddaughter, and my mother gave her flowers when she was first born. So I wanted to return the favor to these two women who made this possible. All right, let's get the speech started. Which also means going back to the beginning of the speech. There you go. We live in the land of opportunity. We live in the land where it is absolutely possible for a kid raised in poverty, in a single-parent household, in a small apartment, to one day serve in the People's House, and maybe even the White House. This is the greatest nation on God's green earth. Today I'm thinking back to my grandfather, born in 1921 in Sally, South Carolina, in the Deep South. By the time he was in the 3rd grade, he was forced out of school, his education was over, and he was forced to start picking cotton. But my grandfather lived long enough to watch his grandson pick out a seat in Congress. That's the evolution of the country we live in. My family went from cotton to Congress in his lifetime. And it was only possible because my grandfather had a stubborn faith. Faith in God, faith in himself, and faith in what America would be. He looked beyond the pain of his present, and he saw the promise of his future. That black man who struggled through the Jim Crow South believed then what some doubt now in the goodness of America. I was 7 years old when my parents divorced. We moved in with my grandparents. My mom and my brother, we all three shared one bed and one bedroom in that 700 square foot rental home. But my grandfather said to me, son, you can be bitter or you can be better, but you can't be both. You see, he chose patriotism over pity. He focused on the windshield of his life and not on the rearview mirror. And today, I'm living proof that America is the land of opportunity and not a land of oppression. Amen. But you see, this isn't just my story. It's all of our stories. The circumstances and the situations may be different. The details may change, but every single one of us are here because of the American journey, where there were obstacles that became opportunities, and our pain revealed our purpose. If you believe that, can somebody say amen? But unfortunately, under President Biden, our nation is retreating away from patriotism and faith. The fewest people in 30 years believe that their kids will be better off than their parents. And the radical left is pushing us into a culture of grievance instead of a culture of greatness. My mom worked 16-hour days as a nurse's aide, changing bedpans and rolling patients. It was hard work. It wasn't glamorous. But those 16-hour days put food on the table and kept the lights on. They empowered her to move her boys out of a place filled with pain into a home filled with love. My mom's work ethic taught me that there is dignity in all work. And that's why I know if you are able-bodied, you work, period. Everybody should go to work if you can. My mom said to me, son, you can be a victim or we can be victors. She chose victorious. But under President Biden, our nation is retreating away from work and dignity. Millions and millions of people have dropped out of the workforce entirely. And the share of working age men choosing to work is the lowest it has ever been. That is pathetic. My mom, working those 16 hours, I was kind of feeling sorry for myself. My mom was too busy. My dad wasn't there. We didn't have money for the simple little treats. I felt disillusioned and angry, and I was challenged, young man. And I felt like the weight of the world was accumulating on my shoulders. And that's why I love the Moniz family, because when I was 15 years old, I met John Moniz, a Chick-fil-A operator, a Citadel graduate, who came into my life right when I needed a mentor the most. And he started teaching me some very basic life principles. He said, Tim, having a job would be good, but creating jobs would be better. I like that concept, by the way. I really appreciate that lesson. He also said that one day you'll know the difference between your income that helps your lifestyle and a profit that can change your entire community. John taught me that anyone from anywhere at any time could rise above their wildest expectations and imagination. But first, I had to take responsibility for myself. He told me in the most loving way possible to look in the mirror and to blame myself. He said, don't blame your mom who's working those 16-hour days. Don't blame your dad because he's not around. He said, if you see the problem in the mirror, then you see the promise. If you see the obstacles, you uncover the opportunities. I chose personal responsibility over resentment. I became the master of my fate. But today, the Biden administration has us retreating away from earned success, aspiration, and accountability. He wants to make waitresses and mechanics pay for the student loans of lawyers and doctors making six figures. I believe them. This administration has taxed, borrowed, and spent trillions of dollars trying to replace a hand up with handouts. And all they bought us was crushing inflation that has devastated families like the one I was raised in. Like many poor families, we moved around a lot. By the time I was in the 4th grade, I had attended 4 different elementary schools. And as my nephew shared so publicly, wow, little Ben, my little buddy, gosh, darn, thanks so much for that. By the time I was a freshman in high school, I wasn't doing very well. As he said, I failed 4 subjects: Spanish and English, world geography, and civics. Now, for those of you not familiar with civics, civics is the study of politics. I will say this, though. I'll say this. Hey, hallelujah. Yes. I'll say this, though. I'll say this. After 10 years in the Senate, I am not the only one failing civics in the nation's capital. I'm not the only one failing civics in America's capital. But that is where I found my unhappy self. My mom was a tireless encourager, and she still is. But when she saw my report card that year at the end, come on, you said, come on. I wish that's what she said. But she had a different approach. She introduced me to a different form of encouragement. It was applied from right about here all the way down to here. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Okay, good. Well, then you realize I went to summer school, caught up with my class, and I never failed another subject for the rest of my life. Thank God for a good mama. I started college on a very small football scholarship at a Christian school. But that's where I learned that Jesus was my life and football just a game. I found my true hope in the words in Ephesians 3:20, that God is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or imagine. And I graduated, hallelujah, and I graduated with a degree in political science from Charleston Southern University. Home of the Bucks. You see, I have lived that the closest thing to magic in America is a good education. But today, the far left has us retreating away from excellence in schools. Extreme liberals are letting big labor bosses trap millions of kids in failing schools. They're replacing education with indoctrination. They spent COVID locking kids out of the classroom, and now they're locking kids out of their futures. And in Biden's America, crime is on the rise and law enforcement is in retreat. The far left is ending cash bails. They're demonizing, demoralizing, and defunding the police. I grew up in neighborhoods alongside people who ended up incarcerated or in the cemetery too, but cemetery as well. We needed more public safety, not less. We cannot have innocent people at risk, police officers getting ambushed and attacked, and seniors locked in their homes from the time the sun goes down until the sun comes up. Joe Biden and the radical left are attacking every single rung of the ladder that helped me climb. And that's why I'm announcing today that I'm running for President of the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you. You see, they're attacking our American values, our schools, our economy, and our security. But not on my watch. Not on my watch. That won't work. I cannot stand by while this is done to America. She's done too much for me. Our nation, our values, and our people are strong, but our president is weak. America is not a nation.
Senator Tim Scott there speaking as his mic goes out there just briefly there, but announcing his presidential run there and making historic announcements and, of course, adding to the names now of Republicans that will be going for that nomination. We know, of course, the former President Donald Trump. Sometime next week, Governor Ron DeSantis out of Florida will be going as well, and we know that there will be be many more coming up here in the coming months. And of course, we will be always featuring that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But we want to now continue on to another top story that we have been following. Obviously, the border crisis that continues, the rush of migrants coming into the country, as we have just saw really the latest updates there from the Border Patrol numbers. We were bringing that to you a little bit earlier, but I want to go out now, live out to El Paso, Texas. That is where we find Fox's Dan Springer at the border there, joining us here with the very latest. Dan, how you doing?
Well, Mike, we just got the latest numbers from Customs and Border Patrol, and they show that they have apprehended fewer than 3,000 migrants per day over the last 3 days, and that is down more than 70% from the peak just before Title 42 expired about 10 days ago. So the numbers are coming down, although we do have some video that was shot just about an hour ago from our drone team in Eagle Pass, and it shows a group of about 20 migrants along the riverbank. They did get into the U.S., so migrants are still getting into the country, but in far fewer numbers. We're used to seeing people in groups of 100 or more crossing that border, but the numbers are smaller, and that's good news for cities like El Paso, where I am, that we're getting overrun with migrants. The shelters were way over capacity, and hundreds, if not thousands, of migrants slept on the streets waiting for an asylum appointment and a bus ride north. Now there are just a dozen or so migrants outside the Sacred Heart Church here in El Paso. We checked out the El Paso County Migrant Services Center yesterday, and it was pretty empty. There are still about 3,000 migrants being held in custody here, but because the inflow has slowed, city leaders will meet this morning to discuss the possibility of lifting the emergency orders that they put in place on April 30th. Migrants are still crossing illegally, as I said, just in smaller numbers. A van was pulled over in Bisbee, Arizona, with 5 smuggled Mexican citizens in the cargo area. They are facing 5-year ban on seeking asylum. The driver was hit with criminal charges. Also, just today, 2 migrants had to be rescued by the El Paso Fire Department from water in a canal. Meantime, the Border Patrol is investigating the death of an 8-year-old migrant in their custody last week. The girl from Panama had a heart condition. She and her family were in the Harlingen Detention Center 9 days when she became ill. Her mother says that 3 times she asked officials there at that holding facility to get her daughter to a hospital. Each time she was denied, and her daughter later died. Mike?
Yeah, truly heartbreaking right there when you hear some of those stories. Dan, what do we know, too, about Border Patrol as well as the U.S. government? We saw that they upped the videos that they put out as far as showing deportations of migrants if they do cross there illegally. Has that video, do you think, helped in ways that you have talked about the numbers not as high as we previously thought?
Well, one thing that's interesting here is that under Title 8 and under the Biden interpretation of Title 8, illegal immigrants caught at the border can face criminal charges. Under Title 42, there was an expedited removal of those migrants under that health code, but there were no criminal charges. So the word has gotten out, and the Biden administration is saying that it's the key here, that you will face criminal charges if you were caught at the border. That's one factor. Also, if you're caught coming in illegally, you will be deported and you will face 5 years minimum where you cannot seek asylum. So the Biden administration is saying that's also playing a part. Now, there are other experts who are saying, look, this is just a lull. The cartels and others are trying to figure out where the holes are and what this new policy means, and they will eventually come back in bigger numbers. There are still lots of migrants in Mexico coming in from the Mexican southern border who are wanting to come in. So we'll have to just see if that materializes, if they come to the border in large numbers. But right now, in places like El Paso, we don't see large numbers amassed at the border waiting to come in. So the pressure at the border has certainly reduced.
All right. Fox's Dan Springer reporting for us live in El Paso, Texas. We thank you so much for this live update, as always.
Yep.
And of course, we will continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. I am going to take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to always bring you live feeds, breaking news elements, all in the mix right here on Live Now from Fox. Here's what we have coming up in the next hour. It's going to be a busy one, so stay here with us. Live feeds will be the key here, and we'll be, of course, bringing that to you. Coming up here in just moments, we will have Brian Kohberger. They're accused of killing 4 college Idaho students here. Coming up, his arraignment will be featured here in the next hour on Live Now from Fox. We'll bring that to you here in just moments. So we'll be looking forward to that, as well as some other topics that we'll get to here in just a moment. But I want to update everyone here to really set the table here on this Kohberger arraignment that we are about to see here. Brian Kohberger, the 28-year-old criminology buff accused of ambushing sleeping college students with a large knife in November, is expected to be arraigned today on murder and other charges. And if he finally enters a plea, it would trigger a countdown, giving prosecutors 2 months to officially announce that they are seeking the death penalty in connection with the ambush murders of 4 college students. Upon entry of the plea, the most morbid of all clocks will start to tick. The prosecuting attorney has 60 days to file in writing a notice of intent to seek the death penalty. And there are several potential outcomes, although experts say surprises are always possible. Possible scenarios that we will see today: he'll likely plead not guilty or not enter a plea at all. A guilty plea would be highly unlikely, given Kohberger's defense team just added the high-powered Alyssa Mazeth, according to sources. Mazeth once attended the same college as the 4 victims, is certified to defend death penalty cases, and boasts of being one of the top criminal defense lawyers in Idaho. One of her previous cases, including the overturning of a conviction for a man accused of attempted murder and kidnapping. The case appeared on America's Most Wanted, and he received 4 consecutive life sentences plus 50 years, according to the National Registry of Exonerations. If the entry of a plea is postponed, he would likely be due back in court in a couple of weeks. If he does not enter a plea, the 60-day countdown begins for prosecutors to formally file their intent to seek the death penalty. Idaho recently reinstated the firing squad as an option. Whether Kohberger enters a plea or not, another countdown will also kick off. A 6-month deadline for his constitutionally protected right for a speedy trial. If there's a plea deal in the works, it's likely not going to be announced today. The best the defense could hope for in this case would be to plead to the murder charges while avoiding the death penalty. A scheduling conference and hearing on a defense motion to compel discovery are also on the calendar. And again, that will be happening coming up here in just a little bit. We should also mention another big live event will be happening in the next hour as well. We'll take you out to Uvalde, Texas, where Wednesday will be the 1-year anniversary of the tragic shooting that took place at that school. More than 20 people killed, of course, and we will be bringing you an update from the mayor as well as other officials when that does get going here on Live Now from Fox. But since we are always live, raw, and unfiltered for you, let's continue to showcase the speech there. Presidential run being announced by Senator Tim Scott, Republican from South Carolina, adding his name to the 2024 hopefuls for the Republican Party.
We will be the nation where we honor our Creator and respect every innocent life. This is who we are. This is who we can be. This is the freest, fairest land where you can go as high as your character and your grit and your talent will take you. I bear witness to that. I testify to that. That's why I'm the candidate the far left fears the most. You see, when I cut your taxes, they called me a prop. When I refunded the police, they called me a token. When I pushed back on President Biden, they even called me the N-word. I disrupt their narrative. I threaten their control. The truth of my life disrupts their lies. I will proclaim these truths from the highest mountaintop, and I will proclaim these truths in the deepest valley. I will take our message to the boardrooms, but I will also take it to the classrooms. I will take it to a gymnasium filled with friends, but I will also take it to an inner city church filled with skeptics. I have lived the American dream. I hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by our Creator with the right to be free. Our party and our nation are standing at a time for choosing victimhood or victory. Victimhood or victory. Victimhood or victory. Grievance or greatness. I choose freedom and hope and opportunity. Will you choose it with me? Will you join me as messengers of hope, as missionaries that believe that the strength of our ideas can change our nation again? I will. Let's go. 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 Let me close with this. As much as I'm excited about this journey, I simply want to say this. It's really not about me. It's about that 7-year-old girl named Jordan who brought roses to the stage for my mother and Janice Moniz. It's about 12-year-old Sutherland Surratt who came on this stage. You see, America is a city on the hill. We are the beacon in the midst of darkness. We have an unusual responsibility. We have the responsibility to prove that self-governance works. We have the responsibility to share for 1,000 generations what America has done for me, she can do for you. Amen. This can't be another presidential campaign. We don't have time for that. We need a president who persuades not just our friends and our base. We need a president that persuades. We have to do that with common sense, conservative principles, but we have to have a compassion for people. We have to have a compassion for people who don't agree with us. We have to believe that our ideas are so strong and so powerful and so persuasive that we can actually take it to the highest points in the world and be successful. But we also have to be able to take it all the way down to places that today are hopeless and prove that who we are works for all Americans. I'm living proof that God and a good family and the United States of America can do all things if we believe. Will you believe it with me? Will you join the team of the greatest nation on God's green earth? I love it. Let me close with this. May the Lord bless us for another 1,000 generations. May He be gracious towards us. I believe the next American century starts today.
Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina announcing that presidential run, and we are expecting next week sometime Governor Ron DeSantis out of Florida to also announce a bid there for the 2024 Republican nomination. So we will always feature it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. So we will be taking our first break here of this hour on Live Now, and when we come back, we will be taking you out to Uvalde, Texas, where soon we will be getting an update from city officials, school officials there, coming up on the 1-year anniversary of that tragic mass shooting that happened at that school. We'll bring it to you on the other side of this break right here on Live Now from Fox. Before we go, show you a look at the Dow, trying to make a comeback there. It was down more than 130 points at one time. Now just 55 points in the red. We'll follow it every step of the way for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here live now from Fox. Coming up here soon, Brian Kohberger due in court for his arraignment there, accused of killing 4 college students in Idaho. And, of course, we'll have that for you as soon as that gets going. It will be on a tape playback. So as soon as they have the video for us, we will play it for you in full there of his arraignment. We'll be bringing that to you as soon as it gets going, though. In the meantime, I do want to go out to another live feed right here, Uvalde, Texas. This is live right here, listening to city and school officials speaking on the upcoming 1-year anniversary of that mass shooting. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
And my prayer and my hope is that through the darkest of times, like I said, I've done lots of, I've never experienced anything as sad or as gut-wrenching, heartbreaking as all of that's going on. And me personally, I'm too weak for it. But also know that God's power is made perfect in my weakness and our weakness. And he heals the brokenhearted, and he lifts up the fallen. And I'm grateful for that, because that's where I am. Continue to be. But one step is kept going in front of the other. And that is my prayer for everyone. That God's peace would reign. Even when it's not even understandable, that God's peace will reign. So I ask for your help. I've asked for, the need to allow people to grieve. And whatever that means for each one. Some need to talk, some need not to talk. I'm one of those, I don't need to talk. I need to be away from people to really heal. Others, they need people. Each one is different. But I pray, that each of us would help and allow each other to grieve as each one needs to grieve. And don't expect someone else to grieve the way you do. Allow people to grieve the way they need to grieve. And I pray that in that grieving, that God would come and do what only God can do.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you. We called this today, we don't have any revealing things. As Tony said, this week is a tough week. We can't even imagine the pain that the families are feeling. 1 year, and we realize you still don't have the answers that you need, and it's frustrating to all of us. For that, I apologize. But we call this basically to tell you, this week we're here to support the families. We're not going to be doing interviews after today. The city won't. The police department's not. This is not about us. This is about these families and these survivors, and it's their time, and it's our time to reflect on the memories of these children that lost their lives that day and the 2 teachers. So we ask for to show compassion, to show privacy when it's asked for by whether it be families or citizens. And, most of all, we just ask that you lift them up in prayers and lift this community as it's been done around the world for the last year. Like I said, we don't have any revealing answers or anything like that. I wish we did, but we don't. But most of all, we're just here to tell you that this is about the families and their children and the lost souls that we lost that day. So at that point, we'll open it up to a few questions, but like I said, we don't have anything major revealing.
Good morning. I'm Julie Keeble, staff writer for the Uvalde Leader News. And I just wondered, you talked a little bit about not doing interviews, and I see that the city...
Can you speak? I can't hear you, Julie.
The city has taken a bit of a step back during the anniversary week, and I'm just curious, how do you see the city's role this week in supporting the families and the residents that live here? And also, how do you see the city's role as we move forward through this tragedy? How do you see, what is the city going to do to try to help people grieve and get through and move forward as we face this horrible ongoing situation?
I wish I had a playbook. I don't. For what we're going to do. I mean, there's, it's been a year. There's times it breaks me up when I stop and reflect and think. And I don't know the answer. I just know that together we can get through it. If you try to stand alone, you can't. And so hopefully as a community we can get together. These families have had nothing but, and I'm going to say it this way, they've had nothing but pure hell for a year. And they have. And, as a community, perhaps, we can come together and continue to come together as we have and be there and give one another support. And that's how we're going to move forward.
And also, the city has been really good about allowing use of the plaza and other city-owned spaces for memorials and for events in remembrance. Is that something that the city is going to discuss moving forward, or do you envision that changing?
There'll be some changes made, but it's again something that we're going to have to sit down with the families and have that discussion. But I mean, we will still make facilities available and do whatever we can to help the families in any way that we can. Like I said, it's not us against them or them against us. We're all in this together. We have not felt the pain that they felt by any means, and don't claim to. But together, hopefully we can all move forward.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Hi, Lee Waldman, KSAT 12 News. There was a statement put out by the city asking for some privacy during this one-year mark as the city continues to grieve, as these families continue to grieve. But there was also a statement put out by Lives Robbed inviting the world to come and remember the 21+1. Do you think these are two things working against each other? The city asking for privacy and the families asking then for people to come and remember their kids and remember their moms?
But we're not trying to keep anyone from here. When we talked to the families, they had expressed that they wanted to do their own event that day, and the private event, and so we were trying to support that in any way. And we support the event that they've called for at the amphitheater, in the walk, in the plaza. We're 100% in support of it. We're not, like I said, it's not us against them. We want to be here to support them, not to be a distraction, not to be anything.
How do you all see after this week going? How do you all see the city continuing to support the families of the 21 victims?
I mean, it's just something that, like I said, there is no playbook written. We just have to take it day by day, and hopefully we can move forward together.
Hi, Will Grant from BBC News. We've spent time with the family of Alicia Ramirez, and it strikes me that one of the things that seems hardest for them is the degree to which they just feel they've been kept in the dark, and that nobody has been held accountable in any way for what happened that day. You speak of allowing people to grieve, Pastor, but surely the extent to which people can grieve depends on first receiving justice. Do you feel, Mayor, that anyone will ever be held accountable for the mistakes that were made a year ago?
You know, I've said over and over, everybody that was there that day has to be held accountable, whether it be the school police department, the Uvalde Police Department, every agency that was there. And this is my opinion. It's been a bunch of BS that we've been a year and we're still waiting for answers that we are. But we're moving forward to get those answers now. And as soon as we have our report, which should have been done, but it's not, then I can promise you whatever action that we need to take, we will take, and we will. I can't speak for the other agencies, but I can tell you when we started this, the Uvalde Police Department, or the City of Uvalde, was the first one to call for an internal investigation, and we've been blocked since day one at that point.
I mean, it is unacceptable, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is.
Hi, Ana Yeli Ruiz with CBS in Houston. Question. You sent out a letter and correct me, I'm sorry, I can't remember the date. You guys sent out a letter signed by city, county, school officials asking people not to come to town to give kind of people a space. But it feels like you guys kind of want to brush this off, what happened, kind of don't want people to report what, you know, I feel like these families have been failed in so many levels, and you guys don't want us here reporting that. That's how it feels, and you're asking to tow vehicles from the memorial, from the murals. I mean, these are things that are keeping their kids' memories alive, and you guys are asking to tow away vehicles. It doesn't make sense. Please kind of explain the thought process behind that and why you're asking people to stay away when clearly not everybody feels that way, and a lot of these families want the memories of their children to live on, and they're actually fighting for change.
Well, first of all, we didn't talk to every family member. We did have some meetings with family members, and some that I did talk to wanted to have privacy and wanted to do their own thing that day. And so that's why we wrote that letter, not to, like I said, not to a gotcha moment against the families or anything. We wanted them to have the privacy that they wanted. If they wanted to visit their gravesite, we didn't want a reporter sticking a camera in their face the whole time. So that's why we asked for that privacy, because that's when the discussions we had, that's what they wanted. Like I said, we are in full support of what the families want to do. Using the amphitheater, using the civic center, whatever resources we have, we've tried and will make available to them to support them any way we can. Like I said, we're not trying to, you know, as far as interviews, if you've asked, I don't think there's many that can say I haven't given one. I may not have the answers you want, but I've tried to be as transparent and straightforward as I can be since day one, and I will continue to be that way. But there's no gotcha moment of us trying to push the families off or acknowledge this. This happened. It's something we have to live with the rest of our lives. We'll be a part of this community, and we will not feel the same pain that these families have had and can't even imagine it. But it's a pain this whole community has felt for a year. And together we'll move forward. And like I said, we're here to support the families, and that's what this week will be about, is what we can do to support them.
I know that there was also something that mentioned that you kind of wanted, that you had spoken about possibly getting rid of the crosses in the center plaza. And obviously these families want to leave their memory of their children there. Do you commit on keeping those crosses there for these families?
That's something that we'll have to talk to the families on. Whether they'll stay in the cross, or we pick them, whether they stay in the plaza, or we pick a memorial site, and we do where we're going to do this. That's a discussion that we have to have with the families that we have not had yet.
And then one last question, sir. What's the latest on the investigation in your police department?
Our investigator is still gathering information, and we are finally working together to get all the information that we need so that we can complete our investigation.
It's been a year, though.
You're preaching to the choir, ma'am. I know it's been a year, and I can tell you from where I'm sitting, it's been as frustrating as hell.
Mr. Mayor, could I say a word? I'd like to add just one quick word on the letter. I was in the room where a lot of people were represented at school, county, city, and the intent of the letter was not to exclude anybody, but to try to send a message, and I believe is 100% agreed upon in that meeting, that the intent was, if you're coming to and you have to cause trouble, if you're coming to protest other things in opposition to our families, that maybe you should just find another time and place to do that. That was the intent of that language. And I really regret that some of our families, if they thought that was trying to get people to stay away, that was not the case. I guarantee you 100% of that letter was to try to prevent bad actors from coming in and disrupting the families for that day.
I might add, I was in that same meeting, and that wasn't simple. There's been talk of what I would call people with not good motives that were coming. And if we could do anything to discourage them from coming, I'm here to say to do it. And that was the intent of the prophecy in the tent. Now, maybe the words didn't come out that way. Like I said, I've preached a long time, and I don't always say things exactly the way I want to say it. But the heart behind it was to me, was good, and wanting to be as protected as we could.
Good morning. I'm Marisa Mendoza with News 4 and Fox San Antonio. On the same note that you had mentioned about how to grieve, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people from other cities coming in to mourn with the city and with the families. How do you want the people to come into the city? Where would you like them to park? Where would you like them to just be so that they could be supportive of the families and of the cities? Because we don't want to get in the way of the families. I'm sure people don't want their cars towed. Is there a specific place you'd like people to be?
I mean, basically, you're going to have, as far as people coming into town, you'll just have to find a parking spot. I mean, from Tuesday night on, the parking lot here at the Civic Center, it will be closed because the families will be coming to the Civic Center, and they will have the parking lot at the Civic Center. The plaza around downtown and the courthouse, those streets will be blocked so that we don't have news cameras or big news trucks in the middle of the street. So those streets will be blocked starting Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday evening, through Wednesday, so that those people that gather on the plaza won't have to worry about cars coming through there or people trying to park or whatever. So, as far as parking, there's plenty of public parking in town, but I don't have a designated area I can tell you to park.
Is it, I know that you said that you worked closely with the families and you didn't mean to offend anyone when you put out the letter of not having people at the murals, but do you find that you're going in a different direction than other cities? Keeping the city closed off the way that you have been or are?
Well, I mean, if the families choose to walk the murals and that, then it's in our best interest to protect those families and have those streets blocked so cars aren't trying to come through there while they're trying to take that time to walk amongst themselves and visit and reflect on their child's mural that day. So if that makes us bad guys for closing those streets, then sign me up. I'm the bad guy, because I don't think they need the traffic and cars trying to come through there while they're trying to have their time.
Thank you.
This question is for you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Jose Redondo with Spectrum News 1. We've spoken before, and one thing you've mentioned is a barrier for you to get answers as the district attorney. What's those conversations been like as of recently?
As of recently, as far as the district attorney and the city of Uvalde are working together to get the results that we need. And that's all I can answer on that at this time. But we are working to get what we need. I think she's coming.
Luke Simons, Kins 5, San Antonio. Obviously, this is not a place that you all, these families, wanted to be in. But 1 year later, when the spotlight is back here this week, what do you hope people understand about these families, the people, the community, that they may not know about, if you're not from this area?
I mean, a lot of these families still have children at home, and they're still caring for their children. And like I said, we can't even imagine the pain that they felt. In a year's time, they still don't have answers to simple questions that they should have gotten. I mean, I'm the mayor. I've been 1 year. I haven't got one briefing from anybody from day one. Not one. Nor has the county judge. That's very frustrating. So if it's frustrating on us, you can only imagine what it does to them. So, I mean, hopefully that what people will see, that we will move forward. We're never going to get over this day, and the families are never going to get over this day. But together, maybe we can move forward, and we can come out of this and show that out of this bad and terrible thing, that we can have positive things come forward and show love to one another to move forward and get the answers that we need. Like I said, I don't have all the answers to this. I hope, and my prayers and thoughts every night are that no town ever has to go through anything like this, but yet it continues over and over and over. You know, the thing we need to be talking about, and it's not part of the question you asked me, but just like gun control, we need to have a conversation, and we need to have a conversation that sits down, you know, and we need to look at changing the law, and we need to do stronger background checks. But we have elected officials up there on both sides of the party that say my way or the highway. And we need to reach a point that we can sit in a room and have a conversation. And I'm not going to get 100%, and you're not going to get 100%, but together we can come up with something that works for everybody. And I'm hoping we can do the same thing with these families. We may not give them 100% of everything they want, and we're not going to get 100% of everything that we want from them. But together we can sit down and have a conversation and move forward. And that's what I'm hoping we can do, and that's what I'm hoping is reflected this year and this going forward.
Good morning, Melissa Barraza, reporter with Telemundo San Antonio. Just a quick question on kind of like on that note. You know, it's been a year and the families feel there hasn't been any answer. What's going to be done from the city, you know, to keep pushing, or what's the effort that you guys are going to do now, you know, to get those answers for the families and you know, for the whole city?
I can promise you that I will be pushing, and so will the city and everybody, to get these answers. And hopefully we will start getting them sooner than later.
Have you guys not been pushing enough, or
I can't barely hear you with the...
Have you guys not been pushing enough, or what has been not done from you all to get those answers beforehand?
Yeah.
I asked the mayor if I could make a comment on that.
Yeah.
You know, we hired an independent investigator back in the summer and thought we would be able to proceed with our internal. We can only speak for ourselves. We can't speak for any other organization. We hired somebody from outside the organization because we thought that would be a more credible way of approaching this. You all know the saga. You know the story of the disputes about access to information. But so we've been pushing the whole time, and you know, the unfortunate recourse to the legal system to get some movement on this, I think, has maybe worked to our favor. We've reached an agreement with the judge looking over the shoulders of both parties, an agreement to allow our independent investigator to finish his job. I may be a little bit old-fashioned because I still believe in due process. We have to do this right, and that's the right way to do it. And it's taken way too long, and the mayor's expressed that frustration, and we all have it too. But we've got to see this through, and I realize that that's a key piece to the puzzle in moving on. We know that's true. Moving forward, I should say. You know, we've got jobs to do. We still have to take care of this town, and but we want to honor the memories of the people that died that day in the process, and that won't ever leave our minds. I can assure you that. But I think it really is key for us to get done the part that we have to do, and to do it right. We don't want any backtracking. We don't want any do-overs.
What's your message for the community on a whole?
My message for the community as a whole, you know, this has been a tough year. No, like I said, we haven't had it as tough as these families, but it's been a tough year, and it's been a trying year for everyone involved. So my hope is that maybe God will come in and open hearts and let some healing begin in the community. like I said, I can't, for the families, I can't imagine what that healing is, but that's my prayer every day. And, as a community, hopefully, we will continue to move forward and express love to one another, I guess, is the easiest way to say it, like I said.
And lastly, one last question. When it comes to the parking and for the visitors and also for us, the media.
You go up, it hears you, but I can't hear. I'm old now. I'm gonna have to get my hearing checked.
Sorry for the question with the parking for the visitors, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the media are asking that, especially when it comes to like the school. Where can we park? Is it because it's a whole residential area right there? You mentioned public parking, but I mean in that area.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we right here on the other side of Walgreens is a big vacant lot. We've agreed. We talked to the owner of that lot. You can park your news trucks and cameras and trucks there. It's not far from the from the Civic Center. It's not far from the plaza, but you can park there, and that's a pretty good sized lot, and it's all weather lot, so the rain didn't hurt it. The other, I think we've talked to the school district about using the southwest corner of the teacher's parking lot at the Robb School area. If you want to park your news trucks there, that keeps them off the streets, and you're close to the school and the functions there. But I mean, as of like I said, tomorrow night, if you park in the Civic Center parking lot, we will ask you to move nicely at first, and if you don't, we will tow you.
Michael Robinson, Uvalde Hesperian. One of the questions that came to mind, and I guess a frustration for many, is the District Attorney Christina Busby, and I noticed in that letter that they mentioned that she also was a signator on that letter, which I thought was interesting because of the, I guess, the dispute or some legal issues with the city. But my question is this, and I know this is a city press conference, but where is Christina Busby, the DA? Where is she today? Where's the governor today? It's a huge event. And my question is to you, is it possible, because she said, okay, 6 months and then another 6 months, is it possible she is bluffing? She has no information. She has no information. She's not planning on doing any legal action against any police department or DPS. Do you think she's just stonewalling? Is that a possibility?
I can't speak to that. I don't know the answer. I don't know what she's thinking. But what I can tell you, we didn't ask Christina here today. We didn't ask the governor here today. Matter of fact, we didn't want any politicians to come here today. I don't even want to be speaking here today. Because it's not about me and it's not about politics. And it's about these families and the loss of their children and these teachers. So we didn't ask any politicians to come here today. And we didn't extend that invitation.
Sorry. Oh.
Hi, Wendy Woolfolk with NBC News. Mr. Patterson, can I just ask you, do you know what plans are for the site of Robb Elementary School?
Yes, ma'am. We don't have a timeline in place, but the school board of trustees decided early on that that building, the facility, would be taken down. And so litigation has tied that up, and will continue to tie that up. We hope to be fairly well close to the end of that, and when everybody is cleared that building, we're waiting for one more party to clear it. When that's cleared, then we can begin the plans for the demolition. So again, I don't have a timeline, but I would hope that we can move forward that plan sometime during the summer.
What kind of litigation is holding this up?
There's a court order against the demolition right now.
From the family members or from the city?
From the district attorney.
And what would you and these family members who are on the front row want to see happen with the site of that school?
Well, that's a very difficult question for me to answer. I think that's something that we certainly will start at the appropriate time with input from the families, and then a project like that would also need input from the greater community as well. So I think that's just going to take some time to work through that, start the process, and then make some decisions what that property will be in the future.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I think everyone has asked a question. One more? Oh, please. Okay, sorry.
Hi, I don't have a question. I actually have a statement. Mr. Patterson, Mr. McLaughlin, Mr. DiBiase, thank you very much for working with us during this time. Mr. Chief of Police Rodriguez and Judge Mitchell. We appreciate all that y'all have done to help us with this. So there's been some confusion with the letter that y'all sent out. We wish y'all would have showed us that letter so we could have maybe worked together on that part. So we're going, but I also understand what y'all tried to help cover up for us, so we're just going to announce it since it's already been let out of the bag. The families do have something going on prior to the vigil, which will be here, and a mural walk, and that is what they were trying to keep private for our sake, because we do not want media or anyone else attending that other than family members that were invited. So there was a little bit of miscommunication in both parts. So that's why the statements were put out. Lives Rob put out the statements because the vigil is open to the public. The butterfly release is open to the public. Anything that happens after the mural walk will be happening at the amphitheater here at the Civic Center. And so yes, the public is welcome to that event.
All right, Uvalde, Texas, there with the latest there on that anniversary upcoming. Want to take you out right now. Tape playback of Brian Kohberger in court there for his arraignment. He pleaded not guilty to the college murders. We are going to listen to this right here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning.